Chapter 1 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 1. Allan Quatermain hears of Mameena. We white people think that we know everything. For instance, we think that we understand human nature. And so we do, as human nature appears to us, with all its trappings and accessories seen dimly through the glass of our conventions, leaving out those aspects of it which we have forgotten or do not think it polite to mention. But I, Allan Quatermain, reflecting upon these matters in my ignorant and uneducated fashion, have always held that no one really understands human nature who has not studied it in the rough. Well, that is the aspect of it with which I have been best acquainted. For most of the years of my life I have handled the raw material, the virgin ore, not the finished ornament that is smelted out of it. If indeed it is finished yet, which I greatly doubt, I dare say that a time may come when the perfected generations, if civilization as we understand it really has a future, and any such should be allowed to enjoy their hour on the world, will look back to us as crude, half-developed creatures whose only merit was that we handed on the flame of life. Maybe, for everything goes by comparison, and at one end of the ladder is the ape-man, and at the other is, we hope, the angel. No, not the angel, he belongs to a different sphere, but that last expression of humanity upon which I will not speculate. While man as man, that is, before he suffers the magical death change into spirit, if such should be his destiny, well, he will remain man. I mean that the same passions will sway him. He will aim at the same ambitions. He will know the same joys and be oppressed by the same fears, whether he lives in a coffer hut or in a golden palace, whether he walks upon his 2 feet or, as for aught I know he may do one day, flies through the air. This is certain, that in the flesh he can never escape from our atmosphere, and while he breathes it, in the main, with some variations prescribed by climate, local law and religion, he will do much as his forefathers did for countless ages. That is why I have always found the savage so interesting, for in him, nakedly and forcibly expressed, we see those eternal principles which direct our human destiny. To descend from these generalities, that is why also I, who hate writing, have thought it worth while, at the cost of some labor to myself, to occupy my leisure in what to me is a strange land, for although I was born in England, it is not my country, and setting down various experiences of my life that do, in my opinion, interpret this our universal nature. I dare say that no one will ever read them, still perhaps they are worthy of record, and who knows, in days to come they may fall into the hands of others and prove of value. At any rate, they are true stories of interesting peoples who, if they should survive in the savage competition of the nations, probably are doomed to undergo great changes. Therefore I tell of them before they began to change. Now, although I take it out of its strict chronological order, the first of these histories that I wish to preserve is in the main that of an extremely beautiful woman, with the exception of a certain Nada, called the Lily, of whom I hope to speak some day. I think the most beautiful that ever lived among the Zulus. Also she was, I think, the most able, the most wicked, and the most ambitious. Her attractive name, for it was very attractive as the Zulus said it, especially those of them who were in love with her, was Mameena, daughter of Umbezi. Her other name was Child of Storm, Nganye ye Sipepo, or more freely and shortly, Owi Zulu. But the word Mameena had its origin in the sound of the wind that wailed about the hut when she was born. Footnote. The Zulu word Mina, or more correctly Mina, means come here, and would therefore be a name not unsuitable to one of the heroine's proclivities, but Mr. Quatermain does not seem to accept this interpretation. End footnote. Since I have been settled in England, I have read, of course in translation, the story of Helen of Troy, as told by the Greek poet Homer. Well, Mameena reminds me very much of Helen, or rather Helen reminds me of Mameena. At any rate, there was this in common between them, although one of them was black, or rather copper-colored, and the other white. They both were lovely. Moreover, they both were faithless, and brought men by hundreds to their deaths. There perhaps the resemblance ends, since Mameena had much more fire and grit than Helen could boast, who, unless Homer misrepresents her, must have been but a poor thing after all. Beauty itself, which those old rascals of Greek gods made use of to bait their snares set for the lives and honor of men, such was Helen, no more. That is, as I understand her, who have not had the advantage of a classical education. Now Mameena, although she was a superstitious, a common weakness of great minds, acknowledging no gods in particular as we understand them, set her own snares, with varying success, but a very definite object, namely, that of becoming the first woman in the world as she knew it, the stormy, blood-stained world of the Zulus. But the reader shall judge for himself, if ever such a person should chance to cast his eye upon this history. It was in the year 1854 that I first met Mameena, and my acquaintance with her continued off and on until 1856, when it came to an end in a fashion that shall be told after the fearful battle of the Tugela, in which Umbelazi, Panda's son and Cetewayo's brother, who to his sorrow had also met Mameena, lost his life. I was still a youngish man in those days, although I had already buried my second wife, as I have told elsewhere, after our brief but happy time of marriage. Leaving my boy in charge of some kind people in Durban, I started into the Zulu, a land with which I had already become well acquainted as a youth, there to carry on my wild life of trading and hunting. For the trading I never cared much, as may be guessed from the little that I ever made out of it, the art of traffic being in truth repugnant to me, but hunting was always the breath of my nostrils. Not that I am fond of killing creatures, for any humane man soon wearies of slaughter. No, it is the excitement of sport, which before breech-loaders came in was acute enough, I can assure you. The lonely existence and wild places, often with only the sun and the stars for companions, the continual adventures, the strange tribes with whom I came in contact, in short, the change, the danger, the hope, always of finding something great and new, that attracted and still attracts me, even now when I have found the great and new. There, I must not go on writing like this, or I shall throw down my pen and book a passage for Africa, and incidentally to the next world, no doubt, that world of the great and new. It was, I think, in the month of May, in the year 1854, that I went hunting in rough country between the white and black Umvoloso rivers, by permission of Panda, whom the Boers had made king of Zululand after the defeat and death of Dingaan, his brother. The district was very feverish, and for this reason I entered it in the winter months. There was so much bush that in the total absence of roads I thought it wise not to attempt to bring my wagons down, and as no horses would live in the veld, I went on foot. My principal companions were a Kaffir of mixed origin, called Sikauli, commonly abbreviated into Scowl, the Zulu chief Saduko, and a headman of the Undwandwe blood named Umbezi, at whose kraal on the highland about 30 miles away I left my wagon and certain of my men in charge of the goods and some ivory that I had traded. This Umbezi was a stout and genial-mannered man of about 60 years of age, and what is rare among these people, one who loves sport for its own sake. Being aware of his tastes, also that he knew the country and was skilled in finding game, I had promised him a gun if he would accompany me and bring a few hunters. It was a particularly bad gun that had seen much service, and one which had an unpleasing habit of going off at half-cock. But even after he had seen it, and I in my honesty had explained its weaknesses, he jumped at the offer. Omakumazana, that is my native name, often abbreviated into Makumazan, which means one who stands out, or as many interpret it, I don't know how, watcher by night. A gun that goes off sometimes when you do not expect it. It is much better than no gun at all, and you are a chief with a great heart to promise it to me. For when I own the white man's weapon, I shall be looked up to and feared by everyone between the two rivers. Now while he was speaking, he handled the gun that was loaded, observing which I moved behind him. Off it went in due course, its recoil knocking him backwards, for that gun was a devil to kick, and its bullet cutting the top off the ear of one of his wives. The lady fled screaming, leaving a little bit of her ear upon the ground. "What does it matter?" said Umbezi as he picked himself up, rubbing his shoulder with a rueful look. "Would that the evil spirit in the gun had cut off her tongue and not her ear! It is the worn-out old cow's own fault. She was always peeping into everything like a monkey. Now she will have something to chatter about, and leave my things alone for a while. I thank my ancestor spirit it was not Mameena, for then her looks would have been spoiled. Who is Mameena? I asked. Your last wife? No, no, Macumazahn. I wish she were, for then I should have the most beautiful wife in the land. She is my daughter, though not that of the worn-out old cow. Her mother died when she was born, on the night of the great storm. You should ask Saduko there who Mameena is, he added with a broad grin, lifting his head from the gun, which he was examining gingerly, as though he thought it might go off again while unloaded, and nodding towards someone who stood behind him. I turned and for the first time saw Saduko, whom I recognized at once as a person quite out of the ordinary run of natives. He was a tall and magnificently formed young man, who, although his breast was scarred with assegai wounds, showing that he was a warrior, had not yet attained to the honor of the ring of polished wax laid over strips of rush, bound round with sinew and sewn to the hair, the isikoko, which, at a certain age or dignity determined by the king, Zulus were allowed to assume. But his face struck me more even than his grace, strength, and stature. Undoubtedly it was a very fine face, with little or nothing of the negroid type about it. Indeed, he might have been a rather dark-colored Arab, to which stock he probably threw back. The eyes, too, were large and rather melancholy, and in his reserved, dignified air there was something that showed him to be no common fellow, but one of breeding and intellect. Siakubona, that is, we see you. Angelique, good morrow. Saduko, I said, eyeing him curiously, tell me, who is Mameena? Nkosi, he answered in his deep voice, lifting his delicately shaped hand in salutation, a courtesy that pleased me, who, after all, was nothing but a white hunter. Nkosi, has not her father said that she is his daughter? Aye, answered the jolly old Umbezi. But what her father has not said is that Saduko is her lover, or rather would like to be. Wow, Saduko, he went on, shaking his fat finger at him. Are you mad, man, that you think a girl like that is for you? Give me 100 cattle, not one less, and I will begin to think of it. Why, you have not 10, and Mameena is my eldest daughter and must marry a rich man. She loves me, O Umbezi, answered Saduko, looking down, and that is more than cattle. For you, perhaps, Saduko, but not for me, who am poor and want cows. Also, he added, glancing at him shrewdly, are you so sure that Mameena loves you, though you be such a fine man? Now I should have thought that whatever her eyes may say, her heart loves no one but herself, and that in the end she will follow her heart and not her eyes. Mameena the beautiful does not seek to be a poor man's wife, and do all the hoeing. But bring me the 100 cattle, and we will see, for speaking truth from my heart, if you were a big chief, there is no one I should like better as a son-in-law, unless it was Macumazahn here, he said, digging me in the ribs with his elbow, who would lift up my house on his white back. Now, at this speech, Saduko shifted his feet uneasily. It seemed to me as though he felt there was truth in Umbezi's estimate of his daughter's character, but he only said, cattle can be acquired. Or stolen, suggested Umbezi. Or taken in war, corrected Saduko. When I have 100 head, I will hold you to your word, O Father Mameena. And then what will you live on, fool, if you give me all your beasts? There, cease talking, wind. Before you have 100 head of cattle, Mameena will have 6 children who will not call you father. Ah, don't you like that? Are you going away? Yes, I am going, he answered with a flash of his quiet eyes. Only then let the man whom they do call father beware of Saduko. Beware of how you talk, young man, said Umbezi in a grave voice. Would you travel your father's road? I hope not, for I like you well, but such words are apt to be remembered. Saduko walked away as though he did not hear. Who is he? I asked. One of high blood, answered Umbezi shortly. He might be a chief today, had not his father been a plotter and a wizard. Dingaan smelt him out, and he made a sideways motion with his hand that among the Zulus means much. Yes, they were killed, almost every one, the chief, his wives, his children, and his headmen. Every one except Josa, his brother, and his son Saduko, whom Zikali the dwarf, the smeller out of evildoers, the ancient, who was old before Senga Zakona became a father of kings, hid him. There, that is an evil tale to talk of. And he shivered. Come, white man, and doctor that old cow of mine, or she will give me no peace for months. So I went to see the worn-out old cow, not because I had any particular interest in her, for, to tell the truth, she was a very disagreeable and antique person, the cast-off wife of some chief whom at an unknown date in the past the astute Umbezi had married for motives of policy, but because I hoped to hear more of Miss Mameena, in whom I had become interested. Entering a large hut, I found the lady so impolitely named the old cow in a parlous state. There she lay upon the floor, an unpleasant object because of the blood that had escaped from her wound, surrounded by a crowd of other women and of children. At regular intervals she announced that she was dying, and emitted a fearful yell, whereupon all the audience yelled also. In short, the place was a perfect pandemonium. Telling Umbezi to get the hut cleared, I said that I would go to fetch my medicines. Meanwhile, I ordered my servant Scowl, a humorous-looking fellow, light yellow in hue, for he had a strong dash of Hottentot in his composition, to cleanse the wound. When I returned from the wagon 10 minutes later, the screams were more terrible than before, although the chorus now stood without the hut. Nor was this altogether wonderful, for on entering the place, I found Scowl trimming up the old cow's ear with a pair of blunt nail-scissors. "O Maku Mazana," said Umbezi in a hoarse whisper. "Might it not perhaps be as well to leave her alone? If she bled to death, at any rate she would be quieter." "Are you a man or a hyena?" I answered sturdily, and set about the job, Scowl holding the poor woman's head between his knees. It was over at length, a simple operation in which I exhibited, I believe that is the medical term, a strong solution of caustic applied with a feather. "There, mother," I said, for now we were alone in the hut, whence Scowl had fled, badly bitten in the calf. "You won't die now." "No, you vile white man," she sobbed. "I shan't die, but how about my beauty?" "It will be greater than ever," I answered. "No one else will have an ear with such a curve in it. But talking of beauty, where is Mameena?" "I don't know where she is," she replied with fury, "but I very well know where she would be if I had my way. That peeled willow wand of a girl," here she added certain descriptive epithets I will not repeat, "has brought this misfortune upon me. We had a slight quarrel yesterday, white man, and being a witch as she is, she prophesied evil. Yes, when by accident I scratched her ear, she said that before long mine should burn, and surely burn it does." This no doubt was true, for the caustic had begun to bite. "Oh, devil of a white man," she went on, "you have bewitched me, you have filled my head with fire." Then she seized an earthenware pot and hurled it at me, saying, "Take that for your doctor fee. Go crawl after Mameena like the others and get her to doctor you." By this time I was half through the bee-hole of the hut, my movements being hastened by a vessel of hot water which landed on me behind. "What is the matter, Macumazahn?" asked old Umbezi, who was waiting outside. "Nothing at all, friend," I answered with a sweet smile, "except that your wife wants to see you at once. She is in pain and wishes you to soothe her. Go in, don't hesitate." After a moment's pause, he went in, that is, half of him went in. Then came a fearful crash, and he emerged again with the rim of a pot about his neck and his countenance veiled, and a coating of what I thought to be honey. "Where is Mameena?" I asked him as he sat up spluttering. "Would I wish I was," he answered in a thick voice, "at a kraal 5 hours' journey away." Well, that was the first I heard of Mameena. That night, as I sat smoking my pipe under the flat lean-to attached to the wagon, laughing to myself over the adventure of the old cow falsely described as worn out, and wondering whether Umbezi had got the honey out of his hair, the canvas was lifted, and a Kaffir, wrapped in a karos, crept in and squatted before me. "Who are you?" I asked, for it was too dark to see the man's face. "Nkosi," answered a deep voice. "I am Saduko." "You are welcome," I answered, handing him a little gourd of snuff in token of hospitality. Then I waited while he poured some of the snuff into the palm of his hand and took it in the usual fashion. "Nkosi," he said, when he had scraped away the tears produced by the snuff, "I have come to ask you a favor. You heard Umbezi say today that he will not give me his daughter Mameena unless I give him 100 head of cows, not earn them by work in many years. Therefore, I must take them from a certain tribe I know which is at war with the Zulus. But this I cannot do unless I have a gun. If I had a good gun, Nkosi, one that goes off when it is asked, and not of its own fancy, I, who have some name, could persuade a number of men whom I know, who once were servants of my father, or their sons, to be my companions in this venture." "Do I understand that you wish me to give you one of my good guns with 2 mouths in it, i.e. double-barreled, a gun worth at least 12 oxen for nothing, O Saduko? I asked in a cold and scandalized voice. Not so, O watcher by night, he answered. Not so, O he who sleeps with one eye open. Another free and difficult rendering of my native name, Macumazahn, or more correctly, Macumazahn. I should never dream of offering such an insult to your high-born intelligence. He paused and took another pinch of snuff, then went on in a meditative voice. Where I propose to give these 100 cattle, there are many more. I am told not less than 1,000 head in all. Now, Nkosi, he added, looking at me sideways, suppose you gave me the gun I asked for, and suppose you accompanied me with your own gun and your armed hunters. It would be fair that you should have half the cattle, would it not? That's cool, I said. So, young man, you want to turn me into a cow thief and get my throat cut by Panda for breaking the peace of his country? Neither, Macumazahn, for these are my own cattle. Listen now, and I will tell you a story. You have heard of Matawane, the chief of the Amagawane? Yes, I answered. His tribe lived near the head of Umzinyati, did they not? Then they were beaten by the Boers or the English, and Matawane came under the Zulus, but afterwards Dingaan wiped him out with his house, and now his people are killed or scattered. Yes, his people are killed and scattered, but his house still lives. Macumazahn, I am his house, I, the only son of his chief wife, for Zikali the wise one, the ancient, who is of the Amgwane blood, and who hated Chaka and Dingaan, yes, and Senzankankona, their father before them, but whom none of them could kill because he is so great and has such mighty spirits for his servants, saved and sheltered me. If he is so great, why then did he not save your father also, Saduko? I asked, as though I knew nothing of this Zikali. I cannot say, Macumazahn. Perhaps the spirits plant a tree for themselves, and to do so cut down many other trees. At least so it happened. It happened thus. Bangu, chief of the Amakoba, whispered into Dingaan's ear that Matawane, my father, was a wizard, also that he was very rich. Dingaan listened because he thought a sickness that he had came from Matawane's witchcraft. He said, Go, Bangu, and take a company with you and pay Matawane a visit of honor, and in the night, oh, in the night! Afterwards, Bangu, we will divide the cattle, for Matawane is strong and clever, and you shall not risk your life for nothing. Saduko paused and looked down at the ground, brooding heavily. Macumazahn, it was done, he said presently. They ate my father's meat, they drank his beer, they gave him a present from the king, they praised him with high names. Yes, Bangu took snuff with him and called him brother. Then in the night, how in the night? My father was in the hut with my mother, and I, so big only, and he held his hand at the height of a boy of 10, was with them. The cry arose, the flames began to eat. My father looked out and saw. Break through the fence and away, woman, he said. Away with Saduko, that he may live to avenge me. Begone while I hold the gate. Begone to Zikali, for whose witchcrafts I pay with my blood. Then he kissed me on the brow, saying but one word, Remember, and thrust us from the hut. My mother broke away through the fence, yes, she tore at it with her nails and teeth like a hyena. I looked back out of the shadow of the hut and saw Matawane, my father, fighting like a buffalo. Men went down before him, 1, 2, 3, although he had no shield, only his spear. Then Bangu crept behind him and stabbed him in the back, and he threw up his arms and fell. I saw no more, for by now we were through the fence. We ran, but they perceived us. They hunted us as wild dogs hunt a buck. They killed my mother with a throwing assegai. It entered at her back and came out at her heart. I went mad. I drew it from her body. I ran at them. I dived beneath the shield of the first, a very tall man, and held the spear, so in both my little hands. His weight came upon its point, and it went through him as though he were but a bowl of buttermilk. Yes, he rolled over, quite dead, and the handle of the spear broke upon the ground. Now the others stopped astonished, for never had they seen such a thing. That a child should kill a tall warrior, oh, that tale had not been told. Some of them would have let me go, but just then Bangu came up and saw the dead man, who was his brother. Wow, he said, when he knew how the man had died. This lion's cub is a wizard also, for how else could he have killed a soldier who has known war? Hold out his arms, that I may finish him slowly. So 2 of them held out my arms, and Bangu came up with his spear. Saduko ceased speaking, not that his tale was done, but because his voice choked in his throat. Indeed, seldom have I seen a man so moved. He breathed in great gasps, the sweat poured from him, and his muscles worked convulsively. I gave him a pannikin of water, and he drank. Then he went on. Already the spear had begun to prick. Look, here is the mark of it. And opening his cuirass, he pointed to a little white line just below the breastbone, when a strange shadow thrown by the fire of the burning huts came between Bangu and me, a shadow as that of a toad standing on his hind legs. I looked round and saw that it was the shadow of Zikali, whom I had seen once or twice. There he stood, though whence he came I know not, wagging his great white head that sits on the top of his body like a pumpkin, on an ant-heap, rolling his big eyes and laughing loudly. "A merry sight!" he cried in his deep voice that sounded like water in a hollow cave. "A merry sight, O Bangu, chief of the Amakoba! Blood, blood, plenty of blood! Fire, fire, plenty of fire! Wizards dead here, there, and everywhere, all a merry sight! I have seen many such, one at the call of your grandmother, for instance, your grandmother the great Inquisikazi, when myself I escaped with my life because I was so old. But never do I remember a merrier than that which this sun shines on." And he pointed to the white lady who just then broke through the clouds. "But great Chief Bangu, lord loved by the son of Senaganakosa, brother of the black one, Chaka, who has ridden hence on the assegai, what is the meaning of this play?" And he pointed to me and to the two soldiers who held out my little arms. "I'll kill the wizard's cub, Zikali, that is all," answered Bangu. I see, laughed Zikali. "A gallant deed. You have butchered the father and the mother, and now you will butcher the child, who has slain one of your grown warriors in fair fight. A very gallant deed, well worthy of the chief of the Amakoba. Well, loose his spirit, only—" He stopped and took a pinch of snuff from a box which he drew from a slit in the lobe of his great ear. "Only what?" asked Bangu, hesitating. "Only, I wonder, Bangu, what you will think of the world in which you will find yourself before tomorrow's moon arises. Come back thence and tell me, Bangu, for there are so many worlds beyond the sun, and I would learn for certain which of them such a one as you inhabits, a man who for hatred and for gain murders the father and the mother, and then butchers the child that could slay a warrior who has seen war, with a spear hot from his mother's heart." "Do you mean that I shall die if I kill this lad?" shouted Bangu in a great voice. "What else?" answered Zikali, taking another pinch of snuff. "This, wizard, that we will go together." Good, laughed the dwarf. "Let us go together. Long have I wished to die, and what better companion could I find than Bangu, chief of the Amakoba, slayer of children, to guard me on a dark and terrible road? Come, brave Bangu, come, kill me if you can." And again he laughed at him. Now Macumazahn, the people of Bangu, fell back muttering, for they found this business horrible. Yes, even those who held my arms let go of them. "What will happen to me, wizard, if I spare the boy?" asked Bangu. Zikali stretched out his hand and touched the scratch that the assegai had made in me here. Then he held up his finger, red with my blood, and looked at it in the light of the moon. Yes, and tasted it with his tongue. "I think this will happen to you, Bangu," he said. "If you spare this boy, he will grow into a man who will kill you and many others one day. But if you do not spare him, I think that his spirit, working as spirits will do, will kill you tomorrow. Therefore the question is, will you live a while, or will you die at once, taking me with you as your companion? For you must not leave me behind, brother Bangu." Now Bangu turned and walked away, stepping over the body of my mother, and all his people walked away after him, so that presently Zikali the Wise, and Little, and I were left alone. "What, have they gone?" said Zikali, lifting his eyes from the ground. "Then we had better be going, son of Matewane, lest he should change his mind and come back. Live on, son of Matewane, that you may avenge Matewane." "A nice tale," I said, "but what happened afterwards?" Zikali took me away and nurtured me at his kraal in the Black Kloof, where he lived alone, save for his servants, for in that kraal he would suffer no woman to set foot, Macumazahn. He taught me much wisdom and many secret things, and he would have made a great doctor of me had I so willed, but I willed it not, who find spirits ill company, and there are many of them among the Black Kloof, Macumazahn. So in the end he said, "Go, where your heart calls, and be a warrior, Saduku. But know this, you have opened a door that can never be shut again. And across the threshold of that door, spirits will pass in and out for all your life, whether you seek them or seek them not." "It was you who opened the door, Zikali," I answered angrily.
"Mayhap,"
said Zikali, laughing after his fashion,
"for I open when I must and shut when I must. Indeed, in my youth, before the Zulus were a people, they called me opener of doors. And now, looking through one of those doors, I see something about you, O son of Matewane."
"What do you see, my father?" I asked.
"I see two roads, Saduku, the road of medicine, that is the spirit road, and the road of spears, that is the blood road. I see you traveling on the road of medicine, that is my own road, Saduku, and growing wise and great, till at last, far, far away, you vanish over the precipice to which it leads, full of years and honor and wealth, feared yet beloved by all men, white and black. Only that road you must travel alone, since such wisdom may not have friends, and above all, no woman to share its secrets. Then I look at the road of spears, and see you, Saduku, traveling on that road, and your feet are red with blood, and women wind their arms about your neck, and one by one your enemies go down before you. You love much and sin much for the sake of the love, and she for whom you sin comes and goes and comes again. And the road is short, Saduku, and near the end of it are many spirits, and though you shut your eyes, you see them. And though you fill your ears with clay, you hear them, for they are the ghosts of your slain. But the end of your journeying I see not. Now choose which road you will, son of Matewane, and choose swiftly, for I speak no more of this matter."
Then, Macumazahn, I thought a while of the safe and lonely path of wisdom, also of the blood-red path of spears, where I should find love and war, and my youth rose up in me, and I chose the path of spears, and the love and the sin and the unknown death.
"A foolish choice, Saduku, supposing that there is any truth in this tale of roads, which there is not."
"Nay, a wise one, Macumazahn, for since then I have seen Mameena and know why I chose that path."
"Ah," I said, "Mameena, I forgot her. Well, after all, perhaps there is some truth in your tale of roads. When I have seen Mameena, I will tell you what I think."
"When you have seen Mameena, Macumazahn, you will say that the choice was very wise." While Zikali, opener of doors, laughed loudly when he heard it.
"The ox seeks the fat pasture, but the young bull the rough mountainside where the heifers graze," he said. "And after all, a bull is better than an ox. Now begin to travel your own road, son of Matewane, and from time to time return to the Black Kloof and tell me how it fares with you. I will promise you not to die before I know the end of it."
"Now, Macumazahn, I have told you things that hitherto have lived in my own heart only, and Macumazahn Bangu is in ill favor with Panda, whom he defies in his mountain, and I have a promise, never mind how, that he who kills him will be called to no account and may keep his cattle. Will you come with me and share those cattle or watch her by night?"
"Get thee behind me, Satan," I said in English, and then added in Zulu, "I don't know. If your story is true, I should have no objection to helping to kill Bangu, but I must learn lots more about this business first. Meanwhile, I am going on a shooting trip tomorrow with Umbezi the Fat, and I like you, O chooser of the road of spears and blood. Will you be my companion and earn the gun with 2 mals in payment?"
"Nkosi," he said, lifting his hand in salute with the flash of his dark eyes. "You are generous. You honor me. What is there that I should love better? Yet," he added, and his face fell, "first I must ask Zikali, the little Zikali, my foster father."
"Oh," I said, "so you're still tied to the wizard's girdle, are you?"
"Not so, Macumazahn, but I promised him not long ago that I would undertake no enterprise, save that you know of, until I had spoken with him."
"How far off does Zikali live?" I asked Saduku.
"1 day's journeying. Studying at sunrise, I can be there by sunset."
"Good. Then I'll put off the shooting for 3 days and come with you if you think that this wonderful old dwarf will receive me."
"I believe that he will, Macumazahn, for this reason. He told me that I should meet you and love you, and that you would be mixed up in my fortunes."
"Then he poured moonshine into your gourd instead of beer," I answered. "Would you keep me here till midnight listening to such foolishness when we must start at dawn? Begone now and let me sleep."
"I go," he answered with a little smile. "But if this is so, Awo Macumazahn, why do you also wish to drink of the moonshine of Zikali?"
And he went. Yet I did not sleep very well that night, for Saduko and his strange and terrible story had taken a hold of my imagination. Also, for reasons of my own, I greatly wished to see this Zikali, of whom I had heard a great deal in past years. I wished further to find out if he was a common humbug, like so many witch doctors, this dwarf who announced that my fortunes were mixed up with those of his foster son, and who at least could tell me something true or false about the history and position of Bangu, a person of whom I have conceived a strong dislike, possibly quite unjustified by the facts. But more than all did I wish to see Mameena, whose beauty or talents produced so much impression upon the native mind. Perhaps if I went to see Zikali, she would be back at her father's kraal before we started on our shooting trip. Thus it was then that fate wove me and my doings into the web of some very strange events, terrible, tragic, and complete, indeed as those of a Greek play, as it has often done both before and since those days. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 2. The Moonshine of Zikali. On the following morning I awoke as a good hunter always should do, just at that time when, on looking out of the wagon, nothing could be seen but a little gray glint of light, which he knows is reflected from the horns of the cattle tied to the truck-tow. Presently, however, I saw another glint of light, which I guessed came from the spear of Cetewayo, who was seated by the ashes of the cooking fire, wrapped in his kaross of wildcat skins. Slipping from the vorkisse, or driving box, I came behind him softly and touched him on the shoulder. He leapt up with a start, which revealed his nervous nature. Then, recognizing me through the soft gray gloom, said, "You are early, Macumazahn." "Of course," I answered. "Am I not named Watcher by Night? Now let us go to Umbezi, and tell him that I shall be ready to start our hunting trip on the 3rd morning from today." So we went to find that Umbezi was in a hut with his last wife and asleep. Fortunately enough, however, as under the circumstances I did not wish to disturb him, outside the hut we found the old cow, whose sore ear had kept her very wide awake, who for purposes of her own, although etiquette did not allow her to enter the hut, was waiting for her husband to emerge. Having examined her wound and rubbed some ointment on it, with her I left my message. Next I woke up my servant Scowl and told him that I was going on a short journey, and that he must guard all things until my return. And while I did so, took a nip of raw rum and made ready a bag of biltong, that is sun-dried flesh, and biscuits. Then, taking with me a single-barreled gun, that same little Purdy rifle with which I shot the vultures on the hill of slaughter at Dingon's Kraal, The Shooting of the Vultures by Allan Quatermain, see the book called Marie, and footnote. We started on foot, for I would not risk my only horse on such a journey. A rough journey it proved to be indeed, over a series of bush-clad hills, that at their crests were covered with rugged stones, among which no horse could have travelled. Up and down these hills we went, and across the valleys that divided them, following some path which I could not see for all that livelong day. I have always been held a good walker, being by nature very light and active, but I am bound to say that my companion taxed my powers to the utmost, for on he marched for hour after hour, striding ahead of me at such a rate that at times I was forced to break into a run to keep up with him. Although my pride would not suffer me to complain, since as a matter of principle I would never admit to a Kaffir that he was my master at anything, glad enough was I when, towards evening, Sudoku sat himself down on a stone at the top of the hill and said, "Behold the black kloof, Macumazahn," which were also the first words that he had uttered since we started. Truly the spot was well named, for there, cut out by the water from the heart of a mountain in some primeval age, lay one of the most gloomy places that ever I had beheld. It was a vast cleft in which granite boulders were piled up fantastically, perched one upon another in great columns, and upon its sides grew dark trees set sparsely among the rocks. It faced towards the west, but the light of the sinking sun that flowed up it served only to accentuate its vast loneliness, for it was a big cleft, the best part of a mile wide at its mouth. Up this dreary gorge we marched, mocked at by chattering baboons, and following a little path not a foot wide that led us at length to a large hut, and several smaller ones set within a reed fence and overhung by a gigantic mass of rock that looked as though it might fall at any moment. At the gate of the fence, 2 natives of I know not what tribe, men of fierce and forbidding appearance, suddenly sprang out and thrust their spears toward my breast. "Whom bring you here, Sudoku?" asked one of them sternly. "A white man that I vouch for,"
he answered. "Tell Zikali that we wait on him."
"What need to tell Zikali that which he already knows?" said the sentry. "Your food and that of your companion is already cooked in yonder hut. Enter Saduko with him for whom you vouch." So we went into the hut and ate. Also I washed myself, for it was a beautifully clean hut, and the stools, wooden bowls, etc. were finely carved out of red ivory wood, this work, Saduko informed me, being done by Zikali's own hand. Just as we were finishing our meal, a messenger came to tell us that Zikali waited our presence. We followed him across an open space to a kind of door in the tall reed fence, passing which I set eyes for the first time upon the famous old witch-doctor of whom so many tales were told. Certainly he was a curious sight in those strange surroundings, for they were very strange, and I think their complete simplicity added to the effect. In front of us was a kind of courtyard with a black floor made of polished ant-heap earth and cow dung, 2/3 of which, at least, were practically roofed in by the huge overhanging mass of rock whereof I have spoken, its arch bending above at a height of not less than 60 or 70 feet from the ground. Into this great precipice-backed cavity poured the fierce light of the setting sun, turning it and all within it, even the large straw hut in the background, to the deep hue of blood. Seeing the wonderful effect of the sunset in that dark and forbidding place, it occurred to me at once that the old wizard must have chosen this moment to receive us because of its impressiveness. Then I forgot these scenic accessories in the sight of the man himself. There he sat on a stool in front of his hut, quite unattended, and wearing only a cloak of leopard skins, open in front, for he was unadorned with the usual hideous trappings of a witch-doctor, such as snake-skins, human bones, bladders full of unholy compounds, and so forth. What a man he was, if indeed he could be called quite human. His stature, though stout, was only that of a child. His head was enormous, and from it plaited white hair fell down to his shoulders. His eyes were deep sunken, his face was broad and very stern. Except for this snow-white hair, however, he did not look ancient, for his flesh was firm and plump, and the skin on his cheeks and neck unwrinkled, which suggested to me that the story of his great antiquity was false. A man who was over 100 years old, for instance, surely could not boast such a beautiful set of teeth, for even at that distance I could see them gleaming. On the other hand, evidently middle age was far behind him. Indeed, from his appearance it was quite impossible to guess, even approximately, the number of his years. There he sat, red in the red light, perfectly still and staring without a blink of his eyes at the furious ball of the setting sun, as an eagle is said to be able to do. Saduko advanced, and I walked after him. My stature is not great, and I have never considered myself an imposing person, but somehow I do not think that I have ever felt more insignificant than on this occasion. The tall and splendid native beside, or rather behind whom I walked, the gloomy magnificence of the place, the blood-red light in which it was bathed, and the solemn, solitary little figure with wisdom stamped upon its face before me, all tended to induce humility in a man not naturally vain. I felt myself growing smaller and smaller, both in a moral and a physical sense. I wished that my curiosity had not prompted me to seek an interview with yonder uncanny being. Well, it was too late to retreat. Indeed, Saduko was already standing before the dwarf, and lifting his right arm above his head as he gave him the salute of Makosi. Footnote. Makosi, the plural of Inkosi, is the salute given to Zulu wizards, because they are not one but many, since in them, as in the possessed demoniac and the Bible, dwell an unnumbered horde of spirits. End footnote. Whereon, feeling that something was expected of me, I took off my shabby cloth hat and bowed, then, remembering my white man's pride, replaced it on my head. The wizard suddenly seemed to become aware of our presence, for ceasing his contemplation of the sinking sun, he scanned us both with his slow, thoughtful eyes, which somehow reminded me of those of a chameleon, although they were not prominent, but, as I have said, sunken. "Greetings, son Saduko," he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "Why are you back here so soon, and why did you bring this flea of a white man with you?" Now this was more than I could bear, so without waiting for my companion's answer, I broke in. "You give me a poor name, O Zikali. What would you think of me if I called you a beetle of a wizard?" "I should think you clever," he answered after reflection, "for after all I must look something like a beetle with a white head. But why should you mind being compared to a flea? A flea works by night, and so do you, Macumazahn. A flea is active, and so are you. A flea is very hard to catch and kill, and so are you. And lastly, a flea drinks its fill of that which it desires, the blood of man and beast, and so you have done, do, and will, Macumazahn. And he broke into a great laugh that rolled and echoed about the rocky roof above. Once, long years before, I had heard that laugh when I was a prisoner in Dingaan's kraal after the massacre of Ritef and his company, and I recognized it again. While I was searching for some answer in the same vein and not finding it, though I thought of plenty afterwards, ceasing of a sudden from his unseemly mirth, he went on, "Do not let us waste time in jests, for it is a precious thing, and there is but little of it left for any of us. Your business, son Saduko."
"Baba, that is the Zulu for father," said Saduko. "This white Nkosi, for as you know well enough, he is a chief by nature, a man of great heart, and doubtless of high blood."
This I believe is true, for I have been told that my ancestors were more or less distinguished, although if this is so, their talents did not lie in the direction of money-making.
"Has offered to take me up upon a shooting expedition, and to give me a good gun with 2 mouths, in payment for my services, but I told him that I could not engage in any fresh venture without your leave, and he has come to see whether you will grant it, my father."
"Indeed," answered the dwarf, nodding his great head. "This clever white man has taken the trouble of a long walk in the sun to come here to ask me whether he may be allowed the privilege of presenting you with a weapon of great value in return for service that any man of your years in Zululand would love to give for nothing in such company. Son Saduko, before my eye holes are hollow, do you think it is your part to try to fill them up with dust? Nay, the white man has come because he desires to see him who is named Opener of Roads, of whom he heard a great deal when he was but a lad, and to judge whether in truth he has wisdom, or is but a common cheat. And you have come to learn whether or not your friendship with him will be fortunate, whether or no he will aid you in a certain enterprise that you have in your mind."
"True, O Zikali," I said, "that is, so far as I am concerned." But Saduko answered nothing.
"Well," went on the dwarf, "since I am in the mood, I will try to answer both your questions, for I should be a poor nyanga, that is, doctor, if I did not when you have traveled so far to ask them. Moreover, Macumazahn, be happy, for I seek no fee who, having made such fortune as I need long ago, before your father was born across the black water, Macumazahn, no longer work for a reward, unless it be for the hand of one of the house of Sanazankona, and therefore, as you may guess, work but seldom." Then he clapped his hands, and a servant appeared from somewhere behind the hut, one of those fierce-looking men who had stopped us at the gate. He saluted the dwarf and stood before him in silence with a bowed head. "Make 2 fires," said Zikali, "and give me my medicine." The man fetched wood, which he built into 2 little piles in front of Zikali. These piles he fired with a brand bought from behind the hut. Then he handed his master a catskin bag. "Withdraw," said Zikali, "and return no more till I summon you, for I am about to prophesy. If, however, I should seem to die, bury me tomorrow in the place you know of, and give this white man a safe conduct from my kraal." The man saluted again and went without a word. When he had done, the dwarf drew from the bag a bundle of twisted roots, also some pebbles, from which he selected 2, one white and the other black. "Into this stone," he said, holding up the white pebbles so that the light from the fire shone on it, since, save for the lingering red glow, it was now growing dark. "Into this stone I am about to draw your spirit, O Macumazahn, and into this one," and he held up the black pebble, "yours, O son of Matawane. Why do you look frightened, O brave white man, who keep saying in your heart, 'He is nothing but an ugly old Kaffir cheat'? If I am a cheat, why do you look frightened? Is your spirit already in your throat, and does it choke you, as this little stone might do if you tried to swallow it?" And he burst into one of his great, uncanny laughs. I tried to protest that I was not in the least frightened, but failed, for in fact I suppose my nerves were acted on by his suggestion, and I did feel exactly as though that stone were in my throat, only coming upwards, not going downwards. Hysteria, thought I to myself, the result of being overtired, and as I could not speak, sat still as though I treated his jibes with silent contempt. "Now," went on the dwarf, "perhaps I shall seem to die, and if so, do not touch me lest you should really die. Wait till I wake up again and tell you what your spirits have told me. Or if I do not wake, for time must come when I shall go on sleeping. Well, for as long as I have lived, after the fires are quite out, not before, lay your hands upon my breast, and if you find me turning cold, get you gone to some other Ningana, as fast as the spirits of this place will let you, O ye who would peep into the future. As he spoke, he threw a big handful of the rocks that I have mentioned onto each of the fires, whereon tall flames leapt up from them, very unholy-looking flames, which were followed by columns of dense white smoke that emitted a most powerful and choking odor, quite unlike anything that I had ever smelt before. It seemed to penetrate all through me, and that accursed stone in my throat grew large as an apple, and felt as though someone were poking it upwards with a stick. Next he threw the white pebble into the right-hand fire, that which was opposite to me, saying, "Enter, Macumazahn, and look." And the black pebble he threw into the left-hand fire, saying, "Enter, son of Matewane, and look. Then come back, both of you, and make report to me, your master." Now it is a fact that as he said these words, I experienced a sensation as though a stone had come out of my throat. So readily do our nerves deceive us that I even thought it grated against my teeth as I opened my mouth to give it passage. At any rate, the choking was gone, only now I felt as though I were quite empty and floating on air, as though I were not I, in short, but a mere shell of a thing, all of which doubtless was caused by the stench of those burning roots. Still I could look and take note, for I distinctly saw Zikali thrust his huge head first into the smoke of what I will call my fire, next into that of Saduko's fire, and then lean back, blowing the stuff into clouds from his mouth and nostrils. Afterwards, I saw him roll over onto his side and lie quite still with his arms outstretched. Indeed, I noticed that one of his fingers seemed to be in the left-hand fire and reflected that it would be burnt off. In this, however, I must have been mistaken, since I observed subsequently that it was not even scorched. Thus Zikali lay for a long while, till I began to wonder whether he were not really dead. Dead enough he seemed to be, for no corpse could have stayed more stirless. But that night I could not keep my thoughts fixed on Zikali or anything. I merely noted these circumstances in a mechanical way, as might one with whom they had nothing whatsoever to do. They did not interest me at all, for there appeared to be nothing in me to be interested, as I gathered, according to Zikali, because I was not there, but in a warmer place than I hope ever to occupy, namely, in the stone and that unpleasant-looking little right-hand fire. So matters went as they might in a dream. The sun had sunk completely, not even an afterglow was left. The only light remaining was that from the smoldering fires, which just sufficed to illuminate the bulk of Zikali, lying on his side, his squat shape looking like that of a dead hippopotamus calf. What was left of my consciousness grew heartily sick of the whole affair. I was tired of being so empty. At length the dwarf stirred. He sat up, yawned, sneezed, shook himself, and began to rake among the burning embers of my fire with his naked hand. Presently he found the white stone, which was now red hot, at any rate it glowed as though it were, and after examining it for a moment, finally popped it into his mouth. Then he hunted into the other fire for the black stone, which he treated in a similar fashion. The next thing I remember was that the fires, which had died away almost to nothing, were burning very brightly again. I suppose because someone had put fuel on them, and Zikali was speaking. "Come here, O Macumazahn and O son of Matewane," he said, "and I will repeat to you what your spirits have been telling me." We drew near into the light of the fires, which for some reason or other was extremely vivid. Then he spat the white stone from his mouth into his big hand, and I saw that now it was covered with lines and patches like a bird's egg. "You cannot read the signs?" he said, holding it towards me, and when I shook my head, went on, "Well, I can as you white men read a book. All your history is written here, Macumazahn, and there is no need to tell you that, since you know it as I do well enough, having learned it in other days, the days of Dingaan, Macumazahn. All your future, also a very strange future," and he scanned the stone with interest. Yes, a wonderful life and a noble death far away. But of these matters you have not asked me, and therefore I may not tell them even if I wished, nor would you believe me if I did. It is of your hunting trip that you have asked me, and my answer is that if you seek your own comfort, you will do well not to go. A pool in a dry riverbed, a buffalo bull with the tip of one horn shattered, yourself and the bull in the pool, Saduko yonder also in the pool, and a little half-bred man with a gun jumping about upon the bank. Then a litter made of boughs and you in it, and the father of Mameena walking lamely at your side. then a hut, and you in it, and the maiden called Mameena sitting at your side. Macumazahn, your spirit, has written on the stone that you should beware of Mameena, since she is more dangerous than any buffalo. If you are wise, you will not go out hunting with Umbezi, although it is true that hunt will not cost your life. There, away, stone, and take your writings with you." And as he spoke, he jerked his arm, and I heard something whiz past my face. Next, he spat out the black stone and examined it in a similar fashion. "Your expedition will be successful, son of Matewane," he said. "Together with Macumazahn, you will win many cattle at the cost of sundry lives. But for the rest, well, you did not ask me of it, did you? Also, I have told you something of that story before today. Away, stone!" And the black pebble followed the white one out into the surrounding gloom. We sat quite still until the dwarf broke the deep silence with one of his great laughs. "My witchcraft is done," he said. "A poor tale, was it not? Well, hunt for those stones tomorrow and read the rest of it if you can. Why did you not ask me to tell you everything while I was about it, white man? It would have interested you more. But now it has all gone from me back into your spirit with the stones. Saduko, get you to sleep. Macumazahn, you who are a watcher by night, come and sit with me a while in my hut, and we will talk of other things. All this business of the stones is nothing more than a Kaffir trick, is it, Macumazahn? When you meet the buffalo with a split horn in the pool of a dried river, remember it is but a cheating trick. And now, come into my hut and drink a kamba bowl of beer, and let us talk of other things more interesting." So he took me into the hut, which was a fine one, very well lit by a fire in its center, and gave me Kaffir beer to drink, that I swallowed gratefully, for my throat was dry and still felt as though it had been scraped. "Who are you, father?" I asked point blank when I had taken my seat upon a low stool, with my back resting against the wall of the hut, and lit my pipe. He lifted his big head from the pile of karosses on which he was lying and peered at me across the fire. "My name is Zikali, which means weapons, white man. You know as much as that, don't you?" He answered. "My father went down so long ago that his does not matter. I am a dwarf, very ugly, with some learning, as we at the Black House understand it, and very old. Is there anything else you would like to learn?" "Yes, Zikali. How old?" There, Macumazahn, as you know, we poor Kaffirs cannot count very well. How old? Well, when I was young, I came down towards the coast from the great river, you call it the Zambezi, I think, with Undawandwe, who lived in the north in those days. They have forgotten it now, because it is some time ago, and if I could write, I would set down the history of that march, for we fought some great battles with the people who used to live in this country. Afterwards, I was the friend of the father of the Zulus, he whom they still call Nkosi Umkulo, the mighty chief. You may have heard tell of him. I carved that stool on which you sit for him, and he left it back to me when he died." "Nkosi Umkulu?" I exclaimed. "Why, they say he lived hundreds of years ago." "Do they, Macumazahn? If so, have I not told you that we black people cannot count as well as you do? Really, it was only the other day. Anyhow, after his death, the Zulus began to maltreat us Undawandwe, and the Kwabis and the Tetwas with us. You may remember that they called us the Amtefula, making a mock of us. So I quarreled with the Zulus, and especially with Chaka, he whom they named Alanya, the mad one. You see, Macumazahn, it pleased him to laugh at me because I am not as other men are. He gave me a name that means the thing which should never have been born. I will not speak that name. It is a secret to me. It may not pass my lips. Yet at times he sought my wisdom, and I paid him back for his names, for I gave him very ill counsel, and he took it, and I brought him to his death, although none ever saw my finger in that business. But when he was dead at the hands of his brother Dingaan in Umhalanga, and of Umbopa, who also had a score to settle with him, and his body was cast out of the kraal, like that of an evildoer, why I, who, because I was a dwarf, was not sent with the men against Sach Shangana, went and sat on it at night and laughed thus. And he broke into one of his hideous peals of merriment. I laughed thrice, once for my wives, whom he had taken, once for my children, whom he had slain, and once for the mocking name that he had given me. Then I became the counselor of Dingaan, whom I hated worse than I hated Chaka, for he was Chaka again, without his greatness, and you know the end of Dingaan, for you had a share in that war, and of Umhanglanga, his brother and fellow murderer, whom I counseled Dingaan to slay. This I did through the lips of the old princess Minkabai, Jama's daughter, Senjanakona's sister, the oracle before whom all men bowed, causing her to say that this land of the Zulus cannot be ruled by a crimson assegai. For Macumazana was Umhalangana, who first struck Chaka with the spear. Now Panda reigns, the last of the sons of Senzanakona, my enemy, Panda the Fool, and I hold my hand from Panda because he tried to save the life of a child of mine whom Chaka slew. But Panda has sons who are as Chaka was, and against them I work as I worked against those who went before them. Why? I asked. Why? Oh, if I were to tell you all my story, you would understand why, Macumazan. Well, perhaps I will one day. Here I may state that as a matter of fact he did, and a very wonderful tale it is, but as it has nothing to do with this history, I will not write it here. I dare say, I answered, Chaka and Dingaan and Umhalangana and the others were not nice people. But another question. Why do you tell me all this, Ozikali, seeing that were I but to repeat it to a talking bird, you would be smelt out, and a single moon would not die before you? Oh, I should be smelt out and killed before one moon dies, should I? Then I wonder that this has not happened during all the moons that are gone. Well, I tell the story to you, Macumazan, who have had so much to do with the tale of the Zulu since the days of Dingaan, because I wish that someone should know it and perhaps write it down when everything is finished. Because, too, I have just been reading your spirit, and see that it is still a white spirit, and that you will not whisper it to a talking bird. Now I leant forward and looked at him. What is the end at which you aim, Ozikali? I asked. You are not one who beats the air with a stick. On whom do you wish the stick to fall at last? On whom? He answered in a new voice, a low, hissing voice. Why, on those proud Zulus, this little family of men who call themselves the people of heaven and swallow other tribes as the great tree snake swallows kids and small bucks, and when it is fat with them cries to the world, see how big I am, everything is inside of me. I am Nidwande, one of those peoples whom it pleases the Zulus to call Amtefula, poor hangers-on who talk with an accent, nothing but bush swine. Therefore I would seek the swine-tusk the hunter, or if that may not be, I would see the black hunter laid low by the rhinoceros, the white rhinoceros of your race, Macumazan, yes, even if it sets foot upon the Nwande boar as well. There, I have told you, and this is the reason that I live so long, for I will not die until these things have come to pass, as come to pass they will. What did Chaka, Sengazona's son, say when the little red Assegai, the Assegai with which he slew his mother, I and the others, some of whom were near to me, was in his liver? What did he say to Mbopa and the princes? Did he not say that he heard the feet of a great white people running, of a people who would stamp the Zulus flat? Well, I, the thing who should not have been born, live on until that day comes, and when it comes I think that you and I, Macumazan, shall not be far apart, and that is why I have opened my heart to you, I, who have knowledge of the future. There, I speak no more of these things that are to be, who perchance have already said too much of them. Yet do not forget my words, or forget them if you will, for I shall remind you of them, Macumazan, when the feet of your people have avenged the Nwandes and the others, whom it pleases the Zulus to treat as dirt. Now the strange man, who sat up in his excitement, shook his long white hair, which after the fashion of wizards he wore plaited into thin ropes, till it hung like a veil about him, hiding his broad face and deep eyes. Presently he spoke again through this veil of hair, saying, You are wondering, Macumazan, what Saduko has to do with all these great events that are to be. I answer that he must play his part in them, not a very great part, but still a part, and it is for this purpose I saved him as a child from Bangu, Dingaan's man, and reared him up to be a warrior, although, since I cannot lie, I warned him that he would do well to leave spears alone, and follow after wisdom. Well, he will slay Bangu, who now has quarreled with Panda, and a woman will come into the story, one Mameena, and that woman will bring about war between the sons of Panda, and from this war shall spring the ruin of the Zulus, for he who wins will be an evil king to them, and bring down on them the wrath of a mightier race. And so, the thing that should not have been born, and the Nwandes, and the Kwabis, and Tetwas, whom it had pleased the conquering Zulus to name Amtefula, shall be avenged. Yes, yes, my spirit tells me all these things, and they are true. And what if Seduko, my friend and your fosterling, Seduko, your friend and my fosterling, will take his appointed road, Macumazahn, as I shall, and you will? What more could he desire, seeing it is that which he has chosen? He will take his road, and he will play the part which the great has prepared for him. Seek not to know more. Why should you, since time will tell you the story? And now go to rest, Macumazahn, as I must, who am old and feeble, and when it pleases you to visit me again, we will talk further. Meanwhile, remember always that I am nothing but an old Kaffir cheat, who pretends to a knowledge that belongs to no man. Remember it especially, Macumazahn, when you meet a buffalo with a split horn in the pool of a dried-up river, and afterwards when a woman named Mameena makes a certain offer to you, which you may be tempted to accept. Good night to you, watcher by night, with the white heart and the strange destiny. Good night to you, and try not to think too hardly of the old Kaffir cheat, who just now is called Opener of Roads. My servant waits without to lead you to your hut, and if you wish to be back at Umbezi's kraal by nightfall tomorrow, you will do well to start ere sunrise, since, as you found in coming, Seduko, although he may be a fool, is a very good walker, and you do not like to be left behind, Macumazahn, do you? So I rose, but as I went some impulse seemed to take him, and he called me back and made me sit down again. Macumazahn, he said, I would add a word. When you are quite a lad, you came into this country with Retief, did you not? Yes, I answered slowly, for this matter of the massacre of Retief is one of which I have seldom cared to speak, for sundry reasons, although I have made a record of it in writing. Footnote, published under the title of Marie. End footnote. Even my friends Sir Henry Curtis and Captain Good have heard little of the part I played in that tragedy. But what do you know of that business, Zikali? All that there is to know, I think, Macumazahn, seeing that I was at the bottom of it, and that Dingaan killed those Boers on my advice, just as he killed Chaka and Umhlangana. You cold-blooded old murderer! I began, but he interrupted me at once. Why do you throw evil names at me, Macumazahn, as I threw the stone of your fate at you just now? Why am I a murderer because I brought about the death of some white men that chanced to be your friends, who had come here to cheat us black folk of our country? Was it for this reason you brought about their deaths, Zikali? I asked, staring him in the face, for I felt that he was lying to me. Not altogether, Macumazahn, he answered, letting his eyes, those strange eyes that could look at the sun without blinking, fall before my gaze. Have I not told you that I hate the house of Senzanacona? And when Retief and his companions were killed, did not the spilling of their blood mean war to the end between the Zulus and the white man? Did it not mean the death of Dingaan and of thousands of his people, which is but a beginning of deaths? Now do you understand? I understand that you are a very wicked man, I answered with indignation. At least you should not say so, Macumazahn. He replied in a new voice, one with the ring of truth in it. Why not? Because I saved your life on that day. You escaped alone of the white men, did you not? And you never could understand why, could you? No, I could not, Zikali. I put it down to what you call the spirits. Well, I will tell you. Those spirits of yours wore my cuirass. And he laughed. I saw you with the Boers, and saw too that you were of another people, the people of the English. You may have heard at that time that I was doctoring at the great place, although I kept out of the way, and we did not meet, or at least you never knew that we met, for you were asleep. Also, I pitied your youth, for although you do not believe it, I had a little bit of heart left in those days. Also, I knew that we should come together again in the after years, as you see we have done today, and shall often do until the end. So I told Dingaan that whoever died, you must be spared, or he would bring up the people of George, i.e. the English, to avenge you, and your ghost would enter into him and pour out a curse upon him. He believed me, who did not understand that already so many curses were gathered about his head that one more or less made no matter. So you see you were spared, Macumazahn, and afterwards you helped to pour out a curse upon Dingaan without becoming a ghost, which is the reason why Panda likes you so well today. Panda, the enemy of Dingaan, his brother. You remember the woman who helped you. Well, I made her do so. How did it go with you afterwards, Macumazahn, with you and the Boer maiden across the Buffalo River, to whom you were making love in those days? Never mind how it went,
I replied, springing up, for the old wizard's talk had stirred sad and bitter memories in my heart. That time is dead, Zikali.
Is it, Macumazahn? Now, from the look upon your face, I should have said that it was still very much alive, as things that happened in our youth have a way of keeping alive. But doubtless I am mistaken, and it is as all dead as Dingaan, and as Retef, and as the others, your companions. At least, although you do not believe it, I saved your life on that red day, for my own purposes, of course, not because one white life was anything among so many in my count. And now go to rest, Macumazahn. Go to rest, for although your heart has been awakened by memories this evening, I promise that you shall sleep well tonight. And throwing the long hair back off his eyes, he looked at me keenly, wagging his big head to and fro, and burst into another of his great laughs. So I went, but as I went I wept. Anyone who knew all that story would understand why. But this is not the place to tell it, that tale of my first love, and of the terrible events which befell us in the time of Dingaan. Still, as I say, I have written it down, and perhaps one day it will be read. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 3. The Buffalo with the Cleft Horn. I slept very well that night, I suppose because I was so dog-tired I could not help it. But next day on our long walk back to Umbezi's kraal, I thought a great deal. Without doubt I had seen and heard very strange things, both of the past and the present, things that I could not in the least understand. Moreover, they were mixed up with all sorts of questions of high Zulu policy, and threw a new light upon events that happened to me and others in my youth. Now, in the clear sunlight, was the time to analyze these things, and this I did in the most logical fashion I could command, although without the slightest assistance from Saduko, who, when I asked him questions, merely shrugged his shoulders. These questions, he said, did not interest him. I had wished to see the magic of Zikali, and Zikali had been pleased to show me some very good magic, quite of his best, indeed. Also he had conversed alone with me afterwards, doubtless on high matters, so high that he, Saduko, was not admitted to share the conversation, which was an honor he accorded to very few. I could form my own conclusions in the light of the white man's wisdom, which everyone knew was great. I replied shortly that I could, for Saduko's tone irritated me. Of course the truth was that he felt aggrieved at being sent off to bed like a little boy while his foster father, the old dwarf, made confidences to me. One of Saduko's faults was that he had always a very good opinion of himself. Also, he was by nature terribly jealous, even in little things, as the readers of his history, if any, will learn. We trudged on for several hours in silence, broken at length by my companion. "Do you still mean to go on a shooting expedition with Umbezi and Kosi?" he asked, "or are you afraid?" "Of what should I be afraid?" I answered tartly. "Of the buffalo with the split horn, of which Zikali told you. What else?" Now, I fear I used strong language about the buffalo with the split horn, a beast in which I declared I had no belief whatsoever, either with or without its accessories of dried river beds and water holes. "If all this old woman's talk has made you afraid, however," I added, "you can stop at the kraal with Mameena." "Why should the talk make me afraid, Macumazahn? Zikali did not say that this evil spirit of a buffalo would hurt me. If I fear, it is for you, seeing that if you are hurt you may not be able to go with me to look for Bangu's cattle." "Oh," I replied sarcastically, "it seems that you are somewhat selfish, friend Saduko, since it is of your welfare and not of my safety that you are thinking." "If I were as selfish as you seem to believe in, Kosi, should I advise you to stop with your wagons and thereby lose the good gun with 2 mouths that you have promised me? Still, it is true that I should like well enough to stay at Umbezi's kraal with Mameena, especially if Umbezi were away." Now, as there was nothing more uninteresting than to listen to other people's love affairs, and as I saw that with the slightest encouragement Saduko was ready to tell me all the history of his courtship over again, I did not continue the argument, so we finished our journey in silence, and arrived at Umbezi's kraal a little after sundown, to find, to the disappointment of both of us, that Mameena was still away.
Upon the following morning we started on our shooting expedition, the party consisting of myself, my servant Scow, who, as I think I said, hailed from the Cape and was half a Hottentot, Saduko, the merry old Zulu, Umbezi, and a number of his men to serve as bearers and beaters. It proved a very successful trip, that is, until the end of it, for in those days the game in this part of the country was extremely plentiful. Before the end of the second week I killed 4 elephants, 2 of them with large tusks, while Saduko, who soon developed into a very fair shot, bagged another with the double-barreled gun that I had promised him. Also Umbezi, how I have never discovered, for the thing partook of the nature of a miracle, managed to slay an elephant cow with fair ivories, using the old rifle that went off at half-cock. Never have I seen a man, black or white, so delighted as was that vainglorious Kaffir. For whole hours he danced and sang and took snuff and saluted with his hand, telling me the story of his deed over and over again, no single version of which tale agreed with the other. He took a new title, also, that meant eater up of elephants. He allowed one of his men to bonga, that is, praise him, all through the night, preventing us from getting a wink of sleep until at last the poor fellow dropped in a kind of fit from exhaustion and so forth. It really was very amusing until it became a bore. Besides the elephants, we killed lots of other things, including 2 lions, which I got almost with the right and left, and 3 white rhinoceroses that now, alas, are nearly extinct. At last, towards the end of the 3rd week, we had as much as our men could carry in the shape of ivory, rhinoceros horns, skins, and sun-dried buck-flesh, or biltong, and determined to start back for Umbezi's kraal next day. Indeed, this could not be long delayed, as our powder and lead were running low, for in those days, it will be remembered, breech-loaders had not come in, and ammunition therefore had to be carried in bulk. To tell the truth, I was very glad that our trip had come to such a satisfactory conclusion, for although I would not admit it, even to myself, I could not get rid of a kind of sneaking dread lest, after all, there might be something in the old dwarf's prophecy about a disagreeable adventure with a buffalo which was in store for me. Well, as it chanced, we had not so much as seen a buffalo, and as the road which we were going to take back to the kraal ran over high, bare country that these animals did not frequent, there was now little prospect of our doing so. All of which, of course, showed what I already knew, that only weak-headed superstitious idiots would put the slightest faith in the drivelling nonsense of deceiving or self-deceived Kaffir medicine-men. These things, indeed, I pointed out with much vigour to Saduko before we turned in on the last night of the hunt. Saduko listened in silence, and said nothing at all except that he would not keep me up any longer, as I must be tired. Now, whatever may be the reason for it, my experience in life is that it is never wise to brag about anything. At any rate, on a hunting trip, to come to a particular instance, wait until you are safe at home till you begin to do so. Of the truth of this ancient adage I was now destined to experience a particularly fine and concrete example. The place where we had camped was in scattered bush, overlooking a great extent of dry reeds, that in the wet season was doubtless a swamp fed by a small river, which ran into it on the side opposite to our camp. During the night I woke up, thinking that I had heard some big beasts moving in these reeds. But as no further sounds reached my ears, I went to sleep again. Shortly after dawn I was awakened by a voice calling me, which in a hasty fashion I recognized as that of Umbezi. "Macumazahn," said the voice in a hoarse whisper, "the reeds below us are full of buffalo. Get up! Get up at once!" "What for?" I answered. "If the buffalo came into the reeds, they will go out of them. We do not want meat." "No, Macumazahn, but I want their hides. Panda the king has demanded 50 shields of me, and without killing oxen that I can ill spare, I have not the skins whereof to make them. Now these buffalo are in a trap. The swamp is like a dish with one mouth. They cannot get out at the sides of the dish, and the mouth by which they came in is very narrow. If we station ourselves at either side of it, we can kill many of them." By this time I was thoroughly awake and had arisen from my blankets. Throwing a kaross over my shoulders, I left the hut, made of boughs, in which I was sleeping, and walked a few paces to the crest of a rocky ridge, whence I could see the dry vley below. Here the mists of dawn still clung, but from it rose sounds of grunts, bellows, and tramplings, which I, an old hunter, could not mistake. Evidently a herd of buffalo, 100 or 200 of them, had established themselves in those reeds. Just then my bastard servant Scow and Saduko joined us, both of them full of excitement. It appeared that Scal, who never seemed to sleep at any natural time, had seen the buffalo entering the reeds and estimated their number at 200 or 300. Saduko had examined the cleft through which they passed, and reported it to be so narrow that we could kill any number of them as they rushed out to escape. "Quite so. I understand," I said. "Well, my opinion is that we had better let them escape. Only 4 of us, counting Umbezi, are armed with guns, and assegais are not much of use against buffalo. Let them go, I say." Umbezi, thinking of a cheap raw material for the shields which had been requisitioned by the king, who would surely be pleased if they were made of such a rare and tough hide as that of buffalo, protested violently, and Saduko, either to please one whom he hoped might be his father-in-law, or from sheer love of the sport, for which he always had a positive passion, backed him up. Only Scal, whose dash of Hottentot blood made him cunning and cautious, took my side, pointing out that we were very short of powder, and that buffalo ate up much lead. At last Saduko said, "The Lord Macumazahn is our captain. We must obey him, although it is a pity. But doubtless the prophecy of Zikali weighs upon his mind, so there is nothing to be done." "Zikali!" exclaimed Umbezi. "What has the old dwarf to do with this matter?" "Never mind what he has or has not to do with it," I broke in, for although I do not think that he meant them as a taunt but merely as a statement of fact, Saduko's words stung me to the quick, especially as my conscience told me that they were not altogether without foundation. "We will try to kill some of these buffalo," I went on, "although, unless the herd should get bogged, which is not likely as the swamp is very dry, I do not think that we can hope for more than 8 or 10 at most, which won't be of much use for shields. Come, let us make a plan. We have no time to lose, for I think they will begin to move again before the sun is well up." Half an hour later the 4 of us, who were armed with guns, were posted behind rocks on either side of the steep, narrow roadway cut by water, which led to the vley, and with us some of Umbezi's men. That chief himself was at my side, a post of honor which he had insisted upon taking. To tell the truth, I did not dissuade him, for I thought that I should be safer so than if he were opposite me, since even if the old rifle did not go off of its own accord, Umbezi, when excited, was a most uncertain shot. The herd of buffalo appeared to have lain down in the reeds, so, being careful to post ourselves first, we sent 3 of the native bearers to the farther side of the vley, with instructions to rouse the beasts by shouting. The remainder of the Zulus, there were 10 or a dozen of them armed with stabbing spears, we kept with us. But what did these scoundrels do? Instead of disturbing the herd by making noise as we told them, for some reason best known to themselves, I expect it was because they were afraid to go into the vley, where they might meet the horn of a buffalo at any moment, they fired the dry reeds in 3 or 4 places at once, and this, if you please, with a strong wind blowing from them to us. In a moment or two the farther side of the swamp was a sheet of crackling flame that gave off clouds of dense white smoke. Then pandemonium began. The sleeping buffalo leapt to their feet, and after a few moments of indecision, crashed towards us, the whole huge horde of them, snorting and bellowing like mad things. Seeing what was about to happen, I nipped behind a big boulder, while Scal shinned up a mimosa with the swiftness of a cat, and heedless of its thorns, sat himself in an eagle's nest at the top. The Zulus with the spears bolted to take cover where they could. What became of Saduko I did not see, but old Umbezi, bewildered with excitement, jumped into the exact middle of the roadway, shouting, "They come! They come! Charge, buffalo folk, if you will! The eater up of elephants awaits you!" "You exaggerated old fool!" I shouted, but got no further, for just at this moment the first of the buffalo, which I could see was an enormous bull, probably the leader of the herd, accepted Umbezi's invitation and came with its nose stuck straight out in front of it. Umbezi's gun went off, and next instant he went up. Through the smoke I saw his black bulk in the air, and then heard it alight with a thud on top of the rock behind which I was crouching. "Exit Umbezi," I said to myself, and by way of a requiem let the bull which had hoisted him, as I thought, to heaven, have an ounce of lead in the ribs as it passed me. After that I did not fire any more, for it occurred to me that it was as well not to further advertise my presence. In all my hunting experience I cannot remember ever seeing such a sight as that which followed. Out of the vley rushed the buffalo by dozens, every one of them making remarks in its own language as it came. They jammed in the narrow roadway, they leapt onto each other's backs, they squealed, they kicked, they bellowed. They charged my friendly rock till I felt it shake. They knocked over Scal's mimosa thorn, and would have shot him out of his eagle's nest had not its flat top fortunately caught in that of another and less accessible tree. And with them came clouds of pungent smoke, mixed with bits of burning reed and puffs of hot air. It was over at last. With the exception of some calves, which had been trampled to death in the rush, the herd had gone. Now, like the Roman emperor, I think he was an emperor, I began to wonder what had become of my legions. "Umbezi!" I shouted, or rather sneezed, through the smoke. "Are you dead, Umbezi?" Yes, Macumazahn," replied a choking and melancholy voice from the top of the rock. "I am dead, quite dead. That evil spirit of a Silwana, i.e. wild beast, has killed me. Oh, why did I think I was a hunter? Why did I not stop at my kraal and count my cattle?" "I am sure I don't know, you old lunatic," I answered as I scrambled up the rock to bid him good-bye. It was a rock with a razor top like the ridge of a house, and there, hanging across this ridge, like a pair of nether garments on a clothesline, I found the eater-up of elephants. "Where did he get you, Umbezi?" I asked, for I could not see his wounds because of the smoke. "Behind, Macumazahn, behind!" he groaned, "for I had turned to fly, but alas, too late." "On the contrary," I replied, "for one so heavy, you flew very well, like a bird, Umbezi, like a bird." "Look and see what the evil beast has done to me, Macumazahn. It will be easy, for my mucha has gone." So I looked, examining Umbezi's ample proportions with care, but could discover nothing except a large smudge of black mud, as though he had sat down in a half-dried puddle. Then I guessed the truth. The buffalo's horns had missed him. He had been struck only with its muddy nose, which, being almost as broad as that portion of Umbezi with which it came in contact, had inflicted nothing worse than a bruise. When I was sure he had received no serious injury, my temper, already sorely tried, gave out, and I administered to him the soundest smacking, his position being very convenient, that he had ever received since he was a little boy. "Get up, you idiot!" I shouted, "and let us look for the others. This is the end of your folly in making me attack a herd of buffalo and reeds. Get up! Am I to stop here till I choke?" "Do you mean that I have no mortal wound, Macumazahn?" he asked with a return of cheerfulness, accepting the castigation and good part, for he was not one who bore malice. "Oh, I am glad to hear it, for now I shall live to make those cowards who fired the reeds sorry that they are not dead, also to finish off that wild beast, for I hit him, Macumazahn, I hit him." "I don't know whether you hit him, I know he hit you," I replied as I shoved him off the rock and ran towards the tilted tree where I had last seen Scowl. Here I beheld another strange sight. Scowl was still seated in the eagle's nest that he shared with two nearly fledged young birds, one of which, having been injured, was uttering piteous cries, nor did it cry in vain, for its parents, which were of that great variety of kite that the Boers called lamenfang, or lamb-lifters, had just arrived to its assistance, and were giving their new nestling, Scowl, the best doing that man ever received at the beak and claws of feathered kind. Seen through those rushing smoke wreaths, the combat looked perfectly titanic. Also it was one of the noisiest to which I ever listened, for I don't know which shrieked the more loudly, the infuriated eagles or their victim. Seeing how things stood, I burst into a roar of laughter, and just then Scowl grabbed the leg of the male bird that was planted in his breast, while it removed tufts of his wool with its hooked beak, and leapt boldly from the nest, which had become too hot to hold him. The eagle's outspread wings broke his fall, for they acted as a parachute, and so did Umbezi, upon whom he chanced to land. Springing from the prostrate shape of the chief, who now had a bruise in front to match that behind, Scowl, covered with pecks and scratches, ran like a lamplighter, leaving me to collect my second gun, which he had dropped at the bottom of the tree, but fortunately without injuring it. The Kaffirs gave him another name after that encounter, which meant, "He who fights birds and gets the worst of it." Well, we escaped from the line of smoke, a dishevelled trio. Indeed, Umbezi had nothing left on him except his head-ring, and shouted for the others if perchance they had not been trodden to death in the rush. The first to arrive was Saduko, who looked quite calm and untroubled, but stared at us in astonishment, and asked coolly what we had been doing to get in such a state. I replied in appropriate language, and asked in turn how he had managed to remain so nicely dressed. He did not answer, but I believe the truth was that he had crept into a large ant-bear's hole. Small blame to him, to be frank. Then the remainder of our party turned up one by one, some of them looking very blown, as though they had run a long way. None were missing, except those who had fired the reeds, and they thought it well to keep clear for a good many hours. I believe that afterwards they regretted not having taken a longer leave of absence. But when they did finally arrive, I was in no condition to know what passed between them and their outraged chief. Being collected, the question arose what we should do. Of course I wished to return to camp and get out of this ill-omened place as soon as possible, but I had reckoned without the vanity of Umbezi. Umbezi stretched over the edge of a sharp rock, whither he had been hoisted by the nose of a buffalo, and imagining himself to be mortally wounded was one thing. But Umbezi and I borrowed mucha, although, because of his bruises, he supported his person with one hand in front and with the other behind, knowing his injuries to be purely superficial, was quite another. "I am a hunter," he said. "I am named Eater Up of Elephants." And he rolled his eyes, looking about for someone to contradict him, which nobody did. Indeed, his praiser, a thin, tired-looking person, whose voice was worn out with his previous exertions, repeated in a feeble way, "Yes, Black One, Eater Up of Elephants is your name. Lifted up by buffalo is your name." "Be silent, idiot!" roared Umbezi. "As I said, I am a hunter, and I have wounded the wild beast that subsequently dared to assault me. As a matter of fact, it was I, Allan Quatermain, who had wounded it. I would make it bite the dust, for it cannot be fought away. Let us follow it." He glared round him, whereon his obsequious people, or one of them, echoed, "Yes, by all means let us follow it. Eater Up of Elephants. Macumazahn, the clever white man, will show us how, for where is the buffalo that he fears?" Of course, after this there was nothing else to be done, so, having summoned the scratch scow, who seemed to have no heart in the business, we started on the spoor of the herd, which was as easy to track as a wagon road. "Never mind, boss," said Scowl. "They are 2 hours' march off by now." "I hope so," I answered, but as it happened luck was against me, for before we had covered half a mile some overzealous fellow struck a blood spoor. I marched on that spoor for 20 minutes or so, till we came to a patch of bush that sloped downwards to a river bed. Right to this river I followed it till I reached the edge of a big pool that was still full of water, although the river itself had gone dry. Here I stood looking at the spoor and consulting with Saduko as to whether the beast could have swum the pool, for the tracks that went to its very verge had become confused and uncertain. Suddenly our doubts were ended, since out of a patch of dense bush which we had passed, for it had played the common trick of doubling back on its own spoor, appeared the buffalo, a huge bull, that halted on 3 legs, my bullet having broken one of its thighs. As to its identity there was no doubt, since on, or rather from, its right horn, which was cleft apart at the top, hung the remains of Umbezi's mucha. "Oh, beware, Nkonzi!" cried Saduko in a frightened voice. "It is the buffalo with the cleft horn!" I heard him. I saw. All the scene in the hut of Zikali rose before me, the old dwarf, his words, everything. I lifted my rifle and fired at the charging beast, but knew that the bullet glanced from its skull. I threw down the gun, for the buffalo was right on me, and tried to jump aside. Almost I did so, but that cleft horn, to which hung the remains of Umbezi's muka, scooped me up and hurled me off the river bank backwards and sideways into the deep pool below. As I departed thither, I saw Saduko spring forward and heard a shot fired that caused the bull to collapse for a moment. Then with a slow, sliding motion it followed me into the pool. Now we were together and there was no room for both, so after a certain amount of dodging I went under, as the lighter dog always does in a fight. That buffalo seemed to do everything to me which a buffalo could do under the circumstances. It tried to horn me, and partially succeeded, although I ducked at every swoop. Then it struck me with its nose and drove me to the bottom of the pool, although I got hold of its lip and twisted it. Then it calmly knelt on me and sank me deeper and deeper into the mud. I remember kicking it in the stomach. After this I remembered no more, except a kind of wild dream in which I rehearsed all the scene in the dwarf's hut, and his request that when I meet the buffalo with the cleft horn in the pool of dried river, I should remember that he was nothing but a poor old Kaffir cheat. After this, I saw my mother bending over a little child in my bed in the old house of Oxfordshire where I was born, and then blackness. I came to myself again, and saw, instead of my mother, the stately figure of Saduko, bending over me upon one side, and on the other that of Scowl, the half-bred Hottentot, who was weeping, for his hot tears fell upon my face. "He is gone," said poor Scowl. "That bewitched beast with the split horn has killed him. He is gone who was the best white man in all South Africa, whom I loved better than my father and all my relatives." "That you might easily do, bastard," answered Saduko, "seeing that you do not know who they are. But he is not gone, for the opener of roads said that he would live. Also I got my spear into the heart of that buffalo before he had kneaded the life out of him, as fortunately the mud was soft. Yet I fear that his ribs are broken." And he poked me with his finger on the breast. "Take your clumsy hand off me," I gasped. "There," said Saduko, "I have made him feel. Did I not tell you that he would live? After this I remember little more except some confused dreams, till I found myself lying in a great hut, which I discovered subsequently was Umbazi's own, the same, indeed, wherein I had doctored the ear of that wife of his who was called Worn-out Old Cow. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For a while I contemplated the roof and sides of the hut by the light which entered it through the smoke vent in the door-hole, wondering whose it might be and how I came there. Then I tried to sit up, and instantly was seized with agony in the region of the ribs, which I found were bound about with broad strips of soft tanned hide. Clearly they, or some of them, were broken. What had broken them? I asked myself, and in a flash everything came back to me. So I had escaped with my life as the old dwarf, opener of the roads, had told me that I should. Certainly he was an excellent prophet, and if he spoke truth in this matter, why not in others? What was I to make of it all? How could a black savage, however ancient, foresee the future? By induction from the past, I supposed, and yet what amount of induction would suffice to show him the details of a forthcoming accident that was to happen to me through the agency of a wild beast with a peculiarly shaped horn? I gave it up, as before, and since that day I have found it necessary to do in the case of many other events in life. Indeed, the question is one that I have often had cause to ask where Kaffir witch-doctors or prophets are concerned, notably in the instance of a certain Mavovo, of whom I hope to tell one day, whose predictions saved my life and those of my companions. Just then I heard the sound of someone creeping through the bee-hole of the hut, and half closed my eyes, as I did not feel inclined for conversation. The person came in and stood over me, and somehow, by instinct I suppose, I became aware that my visitor was a woman. Very slowly I lifted my eyelids, just enough to enable me to see her. There, standing in a beam of golden light that, passing through the smoke-hole, pierced the soft gloom of the hut, stood the most beautiful creature that I had ever seen. That is, if it be admitted that a person who is black, or rather copper-colored, can be beautiful. She was a little above the medium height, not more, with a figure that, so far as I am a judge of such matters, was absolutely perfect, that of a Greek statue indeed. On this point I had an opportunity of forming an opinion, since, except for her little bead apron and a single string of large blue beads about her throat, her costume was, well, that of a Greek statue. Her features showed no trace of the Negro type. On the contrary, they were singularly well cut, the nose being straight and fine, and the pouting mouth, that just showed the ivory teeth between, very small. Then the eyes, large, dark, and liquid, like those of a buck, set beneath a smooth, broad forehead on which the curling, but not woolly, hair grew low. This hair, by the way, was not dressed up in any of the eccentric native fashions, but simply parted in the middle and tied in a big knot over the nape of the neck, the little ears peeping out through its tresses. The hands, like the feet, were very small and delicate, and the curves of the bust soft and full, without being coarse, or even showing the promise of coarseness. A lovely woman truly, and yet there was something not quite pleasing about that beautiful face, something notwithstanding its childlike outline, which reminded me of a flower breaking into bloom, that one does not associate with youth and innocence. I tried to analyze what this might be, and came to the conclusion that without being hard, it was too clever, and, in a sense, too reflective. I felt even then that the brain within the shapely head was keen and bright as polished steel, that this woman was one made to rule, not to be man's toy or even his loving companion, but to use him for her ends. She dropped her chin till it hid the little dimple-like depression below her throat, which was one of her charms, and began not to look at, but to study me, seeing which I shut my eyes tight and waited. Evidently she thought I was still in my swoon, for now she spoke to herself in a low voice that was soft and sweet as honey. "A small man," she said. "Saduko would make 2 of him. And the other? Who was he, I wondered? 3. His hair, too, is ugly. He cuts it short, and it sticks up like that on a cat's back. Yah!" i.e., piff. And she moved her hand contemptuously. "A feather of a man, but white, white, one of those who rule. Why, they all of them know he is their master. They call him he who never sleeps. They say that he has the courage of a lioness with young, he who got away from Dingaan, called Piti, Retief, and the Boers. They say he is quick and cunning as a snake, and that Panda and his great Indos think more of him than any white man they know. He is unmarried also, though they say, too, that twice he had a wife who died, and now he does not turn to look at a woman, which is strange in any man, and shows that he will escape trouble and succeed. Still, it must be remembered that they are all ugly down here in Zululand, cows or heifers who will be cows. Pfft, no more." She paused for a little while, then went on her dreamy, reflective voice. "Now, if he met a woman who is not merely a cow or a heifer, a woman cleverer than himself, even if she were not white, I wonder—" At this point I thought it well to wake up. Turning my head, I yawned, opened my eyes, and looked at her vaguely, seeing which her expression changed in a flash from that of brooding power to one of moved and anxious girlhood. In short, she became most sweetly feminine. "You are Mameena?" I said. "Is it not so?" "Oh, yes, Nkusi," she answered. "That is my poor name. But how did you hear it? And how do you know me?" "I heard it from one Saduko," here she frowned a little, "and others, and I knew you because you are so beautiful." An incautious speech, at which she broke into a dazzling smile and tossed her deer-like head. "Am I?" she asked. "I never knew it, who am only a common Zulu girl to whom it pleases the great white chief to say kind things, for which I thank him." And she made a graceful little reverence, just bending one knee. "But," she went on quickly, "whatever else I be, I am of no knowledge, not fit to tend to you who are hurt. Shall I go and send my oldest mother?" "Do you mean her whom your father calls worn-out old cow, and whose ear he shot off?" "Yes, it must be she from the description," she answered with a little shake of laughter, "though I never heard him give her that name." "Or if you did, you've forgotten it," I said dryly. "Well, I think not, thank you. Why trouble her when you would do quite as well? If there is milk in that gourd, perhaps you will give me a drink of it." She flew to the bowl like a swallow, and next moment was kneeling at my side, holding it to my lips with one hand, while with the other she supported my head. "I am honored," she said. "I only came to the hut the moment before you woke, and seeing you still lost in swoon, I wept. Look, my eyes are still wet." They were, though how she made them so I do not know. "For I feared lest that sleep should be but the beginning of the last." "Quite so," I said. "It is very good of you. And now, since your fears are groundless, thanks be to heavens, sit down, if you will, and tell me the story of how I came here." She sat down, not, as I noted, as a Kaffir woman ordinarily does, in a kind of kneeling position, but on a stool. "You were carried into the kraal, Nkusi," she said, "on a litter of boughs. My heart stood still when I saw that litter coming. It was no more heart. It was cold iron, because I thought the dead or injured man was—" And she paused. Saduko? I suggested. Not at all, Nkusi. My father. Well, it wasn't either of them, I said, so you must have felt happy. Happy, Nkusi. When the guest of our house has been wounded, perhaps to death, the guest of whom I heard so much, although by misfortune I was absent when he arrived. A difference of opinion with your eldest mother, I suggested. Yes, Nkusi. My own is dead, and I am not too well treated here. She called me a witch. Did she? I answered. Well, I do not altogether wonder at it, but please continue your story. There is none, Nkusi. They brought you here. They told me how the evil brute of a buffalo had nearly killed you in the pool, and that is all. Yes, Mameena, but how did I get out of the pool? Oh, it seems that your servant, Cetewayo, the bastard, leapt into the water and engaged the attention of the buffalo, which was kneading you into the mud, while Saduko got onto its back and drove his assegai down between its shoulders to the heart, so that it died. Then they pulled you out of the mud, crushed and almost drowned with water, and brought you to life again. But afterwards you became senseless, and so lay wandering in your speech until this hour. Ah, he is a brave man, is Saduko. Like others, neither more nor less, she replied with a shrug of her rounded shoulders. Would you have had him let you die? I think the brave man was he who got in front of the bull and twisted its nose, not he who sat on its back and poked it with a spear. At this period in our conversation, I became suddenly faint and lost count of things, even of the interesting Mameena. When I awoke again, she was gone, and in her place was old Umbezi, who, I noticed, took down a mat from the side of the hut and folded it up to serve as a cushion before he sat himself upon the stool. Greeting, Macumazahn, he said when he saw that I was awake. How are you? As well as can be hoped, I answered. And how are you, Umbezi? Oh, bad, Macumazahn. Even now I can scarcely sit down, for that bull had a very hard nose. Also, I am swollen up front where Cetewayo struck me when he tumbled out of the tree. Also, my heart is cut in two because of our losses. What losses, Umbezi? Whoa, Macumazahn. The fire that those low fellows of mine lit got our camp and burned up nearly everything, the meat, the skins, and even the ivory, which it cracked so that it's useless. That was an unlucky hunt, for although it began so well, we have come out of it quite naked, yes, with nothing at all except the head of the bull with the cleft horn, that I thought you might like to keep. Well, Umbezi, let us be thankful that we have come out with our lives. That is, if I am going to live, I added. Oh, Macumazahn, you will live without doubt, and be none the worse. 2 of our doctors, very clever men, have looked at you and said so. One of them tied you up in all those skins, and I promised him a heifer for the business if he cured you, and gave him a goat on account. But you must lie here for a month or more, so he says. Meanwhile, Panda has sent for the hides which he demanded of me to be made into shields, and I have been obliged to kill 25 of my beasts to provide them, that is, of my own and those of my headmen. And I wish you and your headmen had killed them before we met those buffalo, Umbezi. I groaned, for my ribs were paining me very much. Send Saduko and Cetewayo here. I would thank them for saving my life. So they came next morning, I think, and I thanked them warmly enough. There, boss, said Scowl, who was literally weeping tears of joy at my return from delirium and coma to the light of life and reason. Not tears of Mameena's sort, but real ones, for I saw them running down his snub nose, that still bore the marks of the eagle's claws. There, say no more. I beseech you, if you are going to die, I wish to die too, who, if you had left it, should only have wandered through the world without a heart. That is why I jumped into the pool, not because I'm so brave." When I heard this, my own eyes grew moist. Oh, it's the fashion to abuse natives, but from whom do we meet with more fidelity and love than from these poor wild Kafirs that so many of us talk of as black dirt which chances to be fashioned to the shape of man? "As for myself, Inkusi," added Saduko, "I only did my duty. How could I have held up my head again if the bull had killed you while I walked away alive? Why, the very girls would have mocked me. But, oh, his skin was tough. I thought that Asegi would never get through it." Observe the difference between these two men's characters. The one, although no hero in daily life, imperils himself from sheer dog-like fidelity to a master who had given him many hard words and sometimes a flogging in punishment for drunkenness, and the other to gratify his pride, also perhaps because my death would have interfered with his plans and ambitions in which I had a part to play. No, that is a hard saying. Still, there is no doubt that Saduko always first took his own interests into consideration, and how what he did would reflect upon his prospects and repute, or influence the attainment of his desires. I think this was so even when Mameena was concerned, at any rate in the beginning, although certainly he always loved her with a single-hearted passion that is very rare among Zulus. Presently Scow left the hut to prepare me some broth, whereupon Saduko at once turned the talk to his subject of Mameena. He understood that I had seen her. Did I not think her very beautiful? Yes, very beautiful, I answered. Indeed, the most beautiful Zulu woman I have ever seen. And very clever? Almost as clever as a white? Yes, and very clever. Much cleverer than most whites. And anything else? Yes, very dangerous, and one who could turn like the wind and blow hot and blow cold. "Ah," he said, thought a while, then added, "Well, what do I care how she blows to others, so long as she blows hot to me?" "Well, Saduko, and does she blow hot for you?" "Not altogether, Macumazahn." Another pause. "I think she blows rather like the wind before a great storm." "That is a biting wind, Saduko, and when we feel it we know that the storm will follow." "I dare say that the storm will follow, Inkusi, for she was born in a storm, and storm goes with her. But what of that, if she and I stand it out together? I love her, and I had rather die with her than live with any other woman." "The question is, Saduko, whether she would rather die with you than live with any other man. Does she say so?" "Inkusi, Mameena's thought works in the dark. It is like a white ant in its tunnel of mud. You see the tunnel which shows that she is thinking, but you do not see the thought within. Still, sometimes when she believes that no one beholds or hears her," here I bethought me of the young lady's soliloquy over my apparently senseless self, "or when she is surprised, the true thought peeps out of its tunnel. It did so the other day, when I pleaded with her after she had heard that I killed the buffalo with the cleft horn. 'Do I love you?' she said. 'I know not for sure. How can I tell? It is not our custom that a maiden should love before she is married, for if she did so, most marriages would be things of the heart and not of cattle, and then half the fathers in Zululand would grow poor and refuse to rear girl children who would bring them nothing. You are brave, you are handsome, you are well born. I would sooner live with you than any other man I know. that is, if you are rich, and, better still, powerful. Become rich and powerful, Saduko, and I think that I shall love you. I will, Mameena, I answered. But you must wait. The Zulu nation was not fashioned from nothing in a day. First, Chaka had to come. Ah, she said, and my father, her eyes flashed. Ah, Chaka, there was a man. Be another Chaka, Saduko, and I will love you more than you can dream of. Thus and thus, and she flung her arms about me and kissed me as I was never kissed before, which, as you know, among us is a strange thing for a girl to do. Then she thrust me from her with a laugh and added, As for the waiting, you must ask my father of that. Am I not his heifer to be sold, and can I disobey my father? And she was gone, leaving me empty, for it seemed as though she took my vitals with her. Nor will she talk thus any more, the white ant who has gone back into its tunnel. And did you speak to her father? Yes, I spoke to him, but in an evil moment, for he had just killed the cattle to furnish Panda's shields. He answered me very roughly. He said, You see these dead beasts which I and my people must slay for the king, or fall under his displeasure? Well, bring me 5 times their number, and we will talk of your marriage with my daughter, who is a maid in some request. I answered that I understood and would try my best, whereon he became more gentle, for Umbezi has a kindly heart. My son, he said, I like you well, and since I saw you save Macumazahn, my friend, from that mad wild beast of a buffalo, I like you better than before. Yet you know my case. I have an old name, and am called the chief of a tribe, and many live on me, but I am poor, and this daughter of mine is worth much. Such a woman few men have bred. Well, I must make the best of her. My son-in-law must be one who will prop up my old age, one to whom, in my need or trouble, I could always go to as a dry log. Footnote: in Zululand, a son-in-law is known as Isigodo so Maikanwanya, a son-in-law log, for the reasons stated in the text. End footnote. To break off some of its bark, to make a fire to comfort me, not one who treads me into the mire as the buffalo did to Macumazahn. Now, I have spoken, and I do not love such talk. Come back with the cattle, and I will listen to you. But meanwhile, understand that I am not bound to you or to anyone. I shall take what my spirit sends me, which, if I may judge the future by the past, will not be much. One word more. Do not linger about this kraal too long, lest it should be said that you are the accepted suitor of Mameena. Go hence and do a man's work, and return with a man's reward, or not at all. Well, Saduko, that spear has an edge on it, has it not? I answered. And now, what is your plan? My plan is, Macumazahn, he said, rising from his seat, to go hence and gather those who are friendly to me because I am my father's son and still the chief of the Aramagwe, or those who are left of them, although I have no kraal and no hoof of kine. Then, within a moon, I hope, I shall return here to find you strong again and once more a man, and we will start out against Bangu, as I have whispered to you, with the leave of a high one, who has said that if I can take any cattle, I may keep them for my pains. I do not know about that, Saduko. I never promised you that I would make war upon Bangu, with or without the king's leave. No, you never promised. But Zikali the dwarf, the wise little one, said that you would. And does Zikali lie? Ask yourself, Who will remember a certain saying of his about a buffalo with a cleft horn, a pool, and a dry river bed? Farewell, O my father Macumazahn. I walk with the dawn, and I leave Mameena in your keeping. You mean that you leave me in Mameena's keeping? I began, but already he was crawling through the hole in the hut. Well, Mameena kept me very comfortably. She was always in evidence, yet not too much so. Heedless of her malice and abuse, she headed off the worn-out old cow, whom she knew I detested for my presence. She saw personally to my bandages, as well as to the cooking of my food, over which matter she had several quarrels with the bastard Scowl, who did not like her, for on him she never wasted any of her sweet looks. Also, as I grew stronger, she sat with me a good deal, talking, since, by common consent, Mameena the Fair was exempted from all the field and even the ordinary household labors that fall to the lot of Kafir women. Her place was to be the ornament and, I may add, the advertisement of her father's kraal. Others might do the work, and she saw that they did it. We discussed all sorts of things, from the Christian and other religions and European policy down, for her thirst for knowledge seemed to be insatiable. But what really interested her was the state of affairs in Zululand, with which she knew I was well acquainted. As a person who had played a part in its history and who was received and trusted at the great house, and as a white man who understood the designs and plans of the Boers and of the governor of Natal. Now, if the old King Panda should chance to die, she would ask me, which of his sons did I think would succeed him? Umbalazi or Cetewayo, or another? Or if he did not chance to die, which of them would he name his heir? I replied that I was not a prophet, and that she had better ask Ikali the wise. "That is a very good idea," she said. "Only I have no one to take me to him, since my father would not allow me to go with Saduko, his ward." Then she clapped her hands and added, "Macumazahn, will you take me? My father would trust me with you." "Yes, I dare say," I answered. "But the question is, could I trust myself with you?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Oh, I understand. Then after all I am more to you than a black stone to play with?" I think it was that unlucky joke of mine which first set Mameena thinking, like a white ant in its tunnel, as Saduko said. At least after it, her manner towards me changed, and she became very differential. She listened to my words as though they were all wisdom. I caught her looking at me with her soft eyes, as though I were quite an admirable object. She began to talk to me of her difficulties, her troubles, and her ambitions. She asked me for my advice as to Saduko. On this point I replied to her that if she loved him, and her father would allow it, presumably she had better marry him. "I like him well enough, Macumazahn, although he worries me at times. But love? Oh, tell me, what is love?" Then she clasped her slim hands and gazed at me like a fawn. "Upon my word, young woman," I replied, "that is a matter upon which I should have thought you more competent to instruct me." "Oh, Macumazahn," she said almost in a whisper, and letting her head droop like a fading lily, "you have never given me the chance, have you?" And she laughed a little, looking extremely attractive. "Good gracious," or rather its Zulu equivalent, I answered, for I began to feel nervous. "What do you mean, Mameena? How could I—" There I stopped. "I do not know what I mean, Macumazahn," she exclaimed wildly, "but I know well enough what you mean, that you are white as snow and I am black as soot, and that snow and soot don't mix well together." "No," I answered gravely, "snow is good to look at, and so is soot. But mingled they make an ugly color. Not that you're like soot," I added hastily, fearing to hurt her feelings. "That is your hue, and I touched the copper bangle she was wearing. A very lovely hue, Mameena, like everything else about you. Lovely, she said, beginning to weep a little, which upset me very much, for if there's one thing I hate is to see a woman cry. How can a poor Zulu girl be lovely? Oh, Macumazahn, the spirits have dealt hardly with me, who have given me the color of my people and the heart of yours. If I were white, now, what you are pleased to call this loveliness of mine would be of some use to me, for then, cannot you guess, Macumazahn? I shook my head and said that I could not. The next moment was sorry, for she proceeded to explain. Sinking to her knees, for we were quite alone in the big hut and there was no one else about, all the other women being engaged on rural or domestic tasks, for which Mameena declared she had no time, as her business was to look after me, she rested her shapely head upon my knees and began to talk in a low, sweet voice that sometimes broke into a sob. Then I will tell you, yes, even if you hate me afterwards. I could teach you what love is very well, Macumazahn. You are quite right, because I love you. No, you will not stir until you have heard me out. Here she flung her arms about my legs and held them tight, so that without using great violence it was absolutely impossible for me to move. When I saw you first, all shattered and senseless, snow seemed to fall upon my heart, and it stopped for a little while and has never been the same since. I think that something is growing in it, Macumazahn, that makes it big. I used to like Saduko before that, but afterwards I did not like him at all. No, nor Masapo either. You know, he is the big chief who lives over the mountain, a very rich and powerful man, who, I believe, would like to marry me. Well, as I went on nursing you, my heart grew bigger and bigger, and now you see it has burst. Nay, stay and do not try to speak. You shall hear me out. It is the least you can do, seeing that you have caused me all this pain. If you did not want me to love you, why did you not curse me and strike me, and as I am told white men do to Kafir girls? She rose and went on. Now hearken. Although I am the color of copper, I am comely. I am well bred also. There is no higher blood than ours in Zululand, both on my father's and my mother's side. And, Macumazahn, I have a fire in me that shows me things. I can be great, and I long for greatness. Take me to wife, Macumazahn, and I swear to you that in 10 years I will make you the king of the Zulus. Forget your pale white women, and wed yourself to that fire which burns in me, and it shall eat up all that stands between you and the crown, as flame eats up dry grass. More, I will make you happy. If you choose to take other wives, I will not be jealous, because I know that I should hold your spirit, and that, compared to me, they would be nothing in your thought. But, Mameena, I broke in, I don't want to be king of the Zulus. Oh, yes, you do, for every man wants power, and it is better to rule over a brave black people, thousands and thousands of them, than to be no one among the whites. Think, there is wealth in the land. By your skill and knowledge, the Ambuto regiments could be improved. With the wealth you would arm them with guns, and yes, by and bys also with the throat of thunder. That is, or was, the Kafir name for cannon. Footnote: cannon were called by-and-bys by the natives, because when field pieces first arrived in Natal, Inquisitive Kafirs pestered the soldiers to show them how they were fired. The answer given was always, by and by, hence the name. End footnote. They would be invincible. Shaka's kingdom would be nothing to ours, for 100,000 warriors would sleep on their spears waiting for your word. If you wished it, even you could sweep out Natal and make the whites your subjects too. Or perhaps it would be safer to let them be, lest others should come across the green water to help them, and to strike northwards, where I am told there are great lands as rich and fair, and which none would dispute your sovereignty. But Mameena, I gasped, for this girl's titanic ambition literally overwhelmed me. Surely you're mad. How would you do all these things? I am not mad, she answered. I am only what is called great. And you know well enough that I can do them, not by myself, who am but a woman and tied with the ropes that bind women, but with you to cut those ropes and help me. I have a plan which will not fail. But, Macumazahn, she added in a changed voice, until I know that you will be my partner in it, I will not tell even to you, for perhaps you might talk in your sleep. Then the fire in my breast would soon go out forever. I might talk now, for the matter of that, Mameena. No, for men like you do not tell tales of foolish girls who chance to love them. But if that plan began to work, and you heard say that kings or princes died, it might be otherwise. You might say, I think I know where the witch lives who causes these evils. In your sleep, Macumazahn. Mameena, I said, tell me no more. Setting your dreams on one side, can I be false to my friend Saduko, who talks to me day and night of you? Saduko! Pff! She exclaimed, with that expressive gesture of her hand. And can I be false, I continued, seeing that Saduko was no good card to play, to my friend Umbezi, your father? My father, she laughed. Why, would it not please him to grow great in your shadow? Only yesterday he told me to marry you, if I could, for then he would find a stick indeed to lean on, and be rid of Saduko's troubling. Evidently Umbezi was a worse card even than Saduko, so I played another. And can I help you, Mameena, to tread a road that the best must be red with blood? Why not? She asked. Since with or without you I am destined to tread that road, the only difference being that with you it will lead to glory, and without you perhaps to the jackals and the vultures. Blood! Pfft! What is blood in Zululand? This card also having failed, I tabled my last. Glory or no glory, I do not wish to share it, Mameena. I will not make war among a people who have entertained me hospitably, or plot the downfall of their great ones. As you told me just now, I am nobody, just one grain of sand upon a white shore, but I had rather be that than a haunted rock which draws the heavens' lightnings and is drenched with sacrifice. I seek no throne over white or black, Mameena, who walk my own path to a quiet grave that shall perhaps not be without honor of its own, though other than you seek. I will keep your counsel, Mameena, but because you are so beautiful and so wise, and because you say that you are fond of me, for which I thank you, I pray that you put away these fearful dreams of yours that, in the end, whether they succeed or fail, will send you shivering from the world to give account of them to the watcher on high. Not so, O Macumazahn, she said with a proud little laugh. When your watcher sowed my seed, if thus he did, he sowed the dreams that are part of me also, and I shall only bring them back his own. with the flower and the fruit by way of interest. But that is finished. You refuse the greatness. Now, tell me, if I sink those dreams in a great water, tying about them the stone of forgetfulness and saying, "Sleep there, O dreams, it is not your hour." If I do this, and stand before you just a woman who loves and who swears by the spirits of her fathers never to think or do that which is not your blessing, will you love me a little, Macumazahn? Now I was silent, for she had driven me to the last ditch, and I knew not what to say. Moreover, I will confess my weakness, I was strangely moved. This beautiful girl with the fire in her heart, this woman who was different from all the other women that I had ever known, seemed to have twisted her slender fingers into my heartstrings and to be drawing me towards her. It was a great temptation, and I bethought me of old Sekali's saying in the Black Kloof, and seemed to hear his giant laugh. She glided up to me, and threw her arms about me and kissed me on the lips, and I think I kissed her back. But really, I'm not sure what I did or said, for my head swam. When it cleared again, she was standing in front of me, looking at me reflectively. "Now, Macumazahn," she said with a little smile that both mocked and dazzled, "the poor black girl has you, the wise, experienced white man, in her net, and I will show you that she can be generous. Do you think that I do not read your heart, that I do not know that you believe I am dragging you down to shame and ruin? Well, I spare you, Macumazahn, since you have kissed me and spoken words which already you may have forgotten, but which I do not forget. Go your road, Macumazahn, and I go mine, since the proud white man shall not be stained with my black touch. Go your road, but one thing I forbid you, to believe that you have been listening to lies, and that I have merely played off a woman's arts upon you for my own ends. I love you, Macumazahn, as you will never be loved till you die, and I shall never love any man, however many I may marry. Moreover, you shall promise me one thing, that once in my life, and once only if I wish it, you shall kiss me again before all men. And now, lest you should be moved to folly and forget your white man's pride, I bid you farewell, O Macumazahn. When we meet again, it will be as friends only." Then she went, leaving me feeling smaller than I ever felt in my life, before or since, even smaller than when I walked into the presence of old Sekali the Wise. Why, I wondered, had she first made a fool of me, then thrown away the fruits of my folly? To this hour I cannot quite answer the question, though I believe the explanation to be that she did really care for me, and was anxious not to involve me in trouble and her plottings. Also, she may have been wise enough to see that our natures were as oil and water and would never blend. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 5 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 5. 2 Bucks and the Doe. It may be thought that as a sequel to the somewhat remarkable scene in which I was absolutely bowled over, perhaps bowled out would be a better term, by a Kafir girl who, after bending me to her will, had the genius to drop me before I repented, as she knew I would do so soon as her back was turned. thereby making me look the worst of fools. That my relations with that young lady would have been strained, but not a bit of it. When next we met, which was on the following morning, she was just her easy, natural self, attending to my hurts, which by now were almost well, joking about this and that, inquiring as to the contents of certain letters which I had received from Natal, and of some newspapers that came with them. For on all such matters she was very curious, and so forth. Impossible, the clever critic will say, impossible that a savage could act with such finish. Well, friend critic, that is just where you are wrong. When you come to add it up, there's very little difference in all main and essential matters between the savage and yourself. To begin with, by what exact right do we call people like the Zulus savages? Setting aside the habit of polygamy, which after all is common among very highly civilized peoples in the East, they have a social system not unlike our own. They have, or had, their king, their nobles, and their commons. They have an ancient and elaborate law, and a system of morality in some ways as high as our own, and certainly more generally obeyed. They have their priests and their doctors. They are strictly upright and observe the rites of hospitality. Where they differ from us mainly is they do not get drunk until the white man teaches them to do so. They wear less clothing, the climate being more genial. Their towns at night are not disgraced by the sights that distinguish ours. They cherish and are never cruel to their children, although they may occasionally put a deformed infant or a twin out of the way. And when they go to war, which is often, they carry out the business with a terrible thoroughness, almost as terrible as that which prevailed in every nation in Europe a few generations ago. Of course there remain their witchcraft and their cruelties which result from their almost universal belief in the power and efficiency of magic. Well, since I lived in England I have been reading up on this subject, and I find that quite recently similar cruelties were practiced throughout Europe. That is, in a part of the world which for over 1,000 years has enjoyed the advantages of the knowledge and profession of the Christian faith. Now let him who is highly cultured take up a stone and throw at the poor untaught Zulu, which I notice the most dissolute and drunken wretch of a white man is often ready to do, generally because he covets his land, his labor, or whatever else may be his. But I wander from my point, which is that a clever man or woman among the people whom we call savages is in all essentials very much the same as a clever man or woman anywhere else. Here in England every child is educated at the expense of the country, but I have not observed that the system results in the production of more readily able individuals. Ability is the gift of nature, and that universal mother sheds her favors impartially over all who breathe. No, not quite impartially. Perhaps, for the old Greeks and others were examples to the contrary, still the general rule obtains. To return, Mameena was a very able person, as she chanced to be a very lovely one, a person who, had been favored by opportunity, would doubtless have played the part of a Cleopatra with equal or greater success, since she shared the beauty and the unscrupulousness of that famous lady and was, I believe, capable of her passion. I scarcely like to mention the matter since it affects myself, and the natural vanity of man makes him prone to conclude that he is the particular object of sole and undying devotion. Could he know all the facts of the case or cases, probably he would be much undeceived, and feel about as small as I did when Mameena walked, or rather crawled, out of the hut. She could even crawl gracefully. Still, to be honest, and why should I not, since all this business went beyond so long ago, I do believe that there was a certain amount of truth in what she said, that for heaven knows what reason she did take a fancy to me, which fancy continued during her short and stormy life, but the reader of her story may judge for himself. Within a fortnight of the day of my discomfiture in the hut, I was quite well and strong again, my ribs, or whatever part of me it was that the buffalo had injured with his iron knees, having mended up. Also, I was anxious to be going, having business to attend to in Natal, and as no more had been seen or heard of Saduko, I determined to trek homewards, leaving a message that he knew where to find me if he wanted me. The truth is that I was by no means keen on being involved in his private war with Bangu. Indeed, I wished to wash my hands of the whole matter, including the fair Mameena and her mocking eyes. So one morning, having already got up my oxen, I told Skal to inspan them, an order which he received with joy, for he and the other boys wished to be off to civilization and its delights. Just as the operation was beginning, however, a message came to me from old Umbezi, who begged me to delay my departure till afternoon. As a friend of his, a big chief, had come to visit him who wished much to have the honor of making my acquaintance. Now I wished the big chief farther off, as it seemed rude to refuse the request of one who had been so kind to me. I ordered the oxen to be unyoked but kept at hand, and in an irritable frame of mind walked up to the kraal. This was about 1/2 a mile from my place of outspan, for as soon as I was sufficiently recovered I had begun to sleep in my wagon, leaving the big hut to the worn-out old cow. There was no particular reason why I should be irritated, since time in those days was of no great account in Zululand, and it did not much matter to me whether I trekked in the morning or in the afternoon. But the fact was that I could not get over the prophecy of Zikali, the little and wise, that I was destined to share Saduko's expedition against Bangu, and although he had been right about the buffalo and Mameena, I was determined to prove him wrong in this particular. If I had left the country, obviously I could not go against Bangu, at any rate at present. But while I remained in it, Saduko might return at any moment, and then doubtless I should find it hard to escape from the kind of half-promise I had given to him. Well, as soon as I reached the kraal, I saw that some kind of festivity was in progress, for an ox had been killed and was being cooked, some of it in pots and some by roasting. Also, there were several strange Zulus present. Within the fence of the kraal, seated in its shadow, I found Umbezi and some of his headmen, and with them a great, brawny, ringed native who wore a tiger-skin muka as a mark of rank, and some of his headmen. Also Mameena was standing near the gate, dressed in her best beads and holding a gourd of Kafir beer, which evidently she had been handing to the guests. "Would you have run away without saying good-bye to me, Macumazahn?" she whispered to me as I came abreast of her. "That is unkind of you, and I should have wept much. However, it was not so fated." "I was going to ride up and bid farewell when the oxen were inspanned," I answered. "But who is that man?" "You will find out presently, Macumazahn. Look, my father is beckoning to us." So I went to the circle, and as I advanced, Umbezi rose and, taking me by the hand, led me to the big man, saying, "This is Masapo, chief of the Amasomi, of the Kwabi race, who desires to know you, Macumazahn." "Very kind of him, I am sure," I replied coolly, as I threw my eye over Masapo. He was, as I have said, a big man, and of about 50 years of age, for his hair was tinged with gray. To be frank, I took a great dislike to him at once, for there was something in his strong, coarse face and his air of insolent pride which repelled me. Then I was silent, since among the Zulus, when two strangers of more or less equal rank meet, he who speaks first acknowledges inferiority to the other. Therefore I stood and contemplated this new suitor of Mameena, waiting on events. Masapo also contemplated me, then made some remark to one of his attendants that I did not catch, which caused the fellow to laugh. "He has heard that you are an Impisi, a great hunter," broke in Umbezi, who evidently felt that the situation was growing strained, and that it was necessary to say something. "Has he?" I answered. Then he is more fortunate than I am, for I have never heard of him or what he is." This, I am sorry to say, was a fib, for it will be remembered that Mameena had mentioned him in the hut as one of her suitors, but among natives one must keep one's dignity somehow. "Friend Umbezi," I went on, "I have come to bid you farewell, as I am about to trek for Durban." At this juncture Masapo stretched out his great hand to me, but without rising, and said, "Siyakobana," that is, "Good day, white man." "Siyakobana, black man," I answered, just touching his fingers, while Mameena, who had come up again with her beer, and was facing me, made a little grimace and tittered. Now I turned on my heel to go, whereon Masapo said in a coarse, growling voice, "Oh, Macumazana, before you leave us, I wish to speak with you on a certain matter. Will it please you to sit aside with me for a while?" "Certainly, O Masapo," and I walked away a few yards out of hearing, whither he followed me. "Macumazan," he said. I give the gist of his remarks, for he did not come to the point at once. "I need guns, and I am told that you can provide them, being a trader." "Yes, Masapo, I dare say that I can, at a price, though it is risky business smuggling guns into Zululand. But might I ask what you need them for? Is it to shoot elephants?" "Yes, to shoot elephants," he replied, rolling his big eyes round him. "Macumazan, I am told that you are discreet, that you do not shout from the top of a hut what you hear within it. Now hearken to me. Our country is disturbed. We do not all of us love the seed of Senzangakona, of whom the present King Panda is one. For instance, you may know that we Quabis, for my tribe, the Amasomi, are of that race, suffered at the spear of Chaka. Well, we think that a time may come when we who live on shrubs like goats may again browse on the treetops like giraffes. For Panda is no strong king, and he has sons who hate each other, one of whom may need our spears. Do you understand?" "I understand that you want guns, O Masapo," I answered dryly. "Now, as to the price and place of delivery." Then we bargained for a while, but the details of that business transaction of long ago will interest no one. Indeed, I only mentioned the matter to show that Masapo was plotting to bring trouble on the ruling house, whereof Panda was the representative at that time. When we had concluded our rather nefarious negotiations, which were to the effect that I was to receive so many cattle in return for so many guns, if I could deliver them at a certain spot, namely Umbezi's kraal, I returned to the circle where Umbezi, his followers and guests were sitting, proposing to bid him farewell. By now, however, meat had been served, and I was hungry. Having had little breakfast that morning, I stayed to eat. When I had finished my meal and washed it down with a draught of swala, that is, Kaffir beer, I rose to go. But just at that moment who should walk through the gate but Saduko. "Pff!" said Mameena, who was standing near me, speaking in a voice that none but I could hear. "When two bucks meet, what happens, Macumazan?" "Sometimes they fight, and sometimes one runs away. It depends very much on the doe," I answered in the same low voice, looking at her. She shrugged her shoulders, folded her arms beneath her breast, nodded to Saduko as he passed, then leaned gracefully against the fence and awaited events. "Greeting, Umbezi," said Saduko in his proud manner. "I see that you feast. Am I welcome here?" "Of course you are always welcome, Saduko," replied Umbezi uneasily, "although, as it happens, I am entertaining a great man," and he looked towards Masapo. "I see," said Saduko, eyeing the strangers. "But which of these may be the great man? I ask that I may salute him." "You know well enough, Umfokasana. that is, low fellow, exclaimed Masapo angrily. I know that if you were outside this fence, Masapo, I would cram that word down your throat at the point of my assegai, replied Saduko in a fierce voice. Oh, I can guess your business here, Masapo, and you can guess mine, and he glanced towards Mameena. Tell me, Umbezi, is this little chief of the Amasomi your daughter's accepted suitor? Nay, Saduko, said Umbezi. No one is her accepted suitor. Will you not sit down and take food with us? Tell us where you have been and why you returned thus suddenly and uninvited. I return here, O Umbezi, to speak with the white chief Macumazahn. As to where I have been, that is my affair, and not yours or Masapo's. Now, if I were chief of this kraal, said Masapo, I would hunt out of it this hyena with a mangy coat and without a hole, who comes to devour your meat, and perhaps, he added with meaning, to steal away your child. Did I not tell you, Macumazahn, that when two bucks meet they would fight? Whispered Mameena suavely into my ear. Yes, Mameena, you did. Or rather, I told you, but you did not tell me what the doe would do. The doe, Macumazahn, will crouch in her form and see what happens, as is the fashion of does. And again she laughed softly. Why not do your own hunting, Masapo? Asked Saduko. Come now, I will promise you good sport. Outside this kraal there are other hyenas waiting to call me chief, 100 or 2 of them, assembled for a certain purpose by the royal leave of King Panda, whose house, as we all know, you hate. Come, leave that beef and beer and begin your hunting of hyenas, O Masapo. Now Masapo sat silent, for he saw that he who thought to snare a baboon had caught a tiger. Do you not speak, O chief of the little Amasomi? Went on Saduko, who was beside himself with rage and jealousy. You will not leave your beef and beer to hunt the hyenas who are captained by an Umfukasana? Well, then Umfukasana will speak. And stepping up to Masapo with the spear he carried poised in his right hand, Saduko grasped his rival's short beard with his left. Listen, chief, he said. You and I are enemies. You seek the woman I seek, and mayhap being rich you will buy her. But if so, I tell you that I will kill you and all your house, you sneaking half-breed dog. With these fierce words he spat in his face and tumbled him backward. Then, before anyone could stop him, for Umbezi and even Masapo's headman seemed paralyzed with surprise, he stalked through the kraal gate, saying as he passed me, Inkusi, I have words for you when you are at liberty. You shall pay for this, roared Umbezi after him, turning almost green with rage, for Masapo still lay upon his broad back, speechless. You who dare to insult my guest in my own house, somebody must pay, cried back Saduko from the gate. But who it is, only the unborn moons will see. Mameena, I said as I followed him, you have set fire to the grass, and men will be burned in it. I meant to, Macumazahn, she answered calmly. Did I not tell you that there was a flame in me, and it will break out sometimes? But, Macumazahn, it is you who have set fire to the grass, not I. Remember that when half Zulu land is in ashes. Farewell, O Macumazahn, till we meet again, and, she added softly, whoever else must burn, may the spirits have you in their keeping. At the gate, remembering my manners, I turned to bid that company a polite farewell. By now Masapo had gained his feet and was roaring out like a bull. Kill him! Kill the hyena! Umbezi, will you sit still and see me, your guest, me, Masapo, struck and insulted under the shadow of your own hut? Go forth and kill him, I say. Why not kill him yourself, Masapo? Asked the agitated Umbezi. Or bid your headmen kill him. Who am I that I should take precedence of so great a chief in a matter of the spear? Then he turned towards me, saying, O Macumazahn the crafty, if I have dealt well by you, come here and give me your counsel. I come, eater up of elephants, I answered, and I did. What shall I do? What shall I do? Went on Umbezi, brushing the perspiration off his brow with one hand while he wrung the other in his agitation. There stands a friend of mine, he pointed to the infuriated Masapo, who wishes me to kill another friend of mine, and he jerked his thumb towards the kraal gate. If I refuse, I offend one friend, and if I consent, I bring blood upon my hands, which will call for blood, since, although Saduko is poor, without doubt he has those who love him. Yes, I answered, and perhaps you will bring blood upon other parts of yourself beside your hands, since Saduko is not one to sit still like a sheep while his throat is cut. Also, did he not say that he was not quite alone? Umbezi, if you'll take my advice, you will leave Masapo to do his own killing. It is good, it is wise, exclaimed Umbezi. Masapo, he called to that warrior, if you wish to fight, pray do not think of me. I see nothing, I hear nothing, and I promise proper burial to any who fall. Only you had best be swift, for Saduko is walking away all this time. Come, you and your people have spears, and the gate stands open. Am I to go without my meat in order to knock that hyena on the head? Asked Masapo in a brave voice. No, he can wait my leisure. Sit still, my people. I tell you, sit still. Tell him, you Macumazahn, that I am coming for him presently, and be warned to keep yourself away from him, lest you should tumble into his hole. I will tell him, I answered, though I know not who made me your messenger. But listen to me, you speaker of big words and doer of small deeds. If you dare to lift a finger against me, I will teach you something about holes, for there shall be one or more through that great carcass of yours. Then, walking up to him, I looked him in the face, and at the same time tapped the handle of the big double-barreled pistol I carried. He shrank back, muttering something. Oh, don't apologize, I said. Only be more careful in the future. And now I wish you a good dinner, Chief Masapo, and peace upon your kraal, friend Umbezi. After the speech I marched off, followed by the clamor of Masapo's furious attendants and the sound of Mameena's light and mocking laughter. I wonder which of them she will marry, I thought to myself as I set out for the wagons. As I approached my camp, I saw that the oxen were being inspanned, as I supposed by the order of Skal, who must have heard that there was a row up at the kraal, and thought it well to be ready to bolt. In this I was mistaken, however, for just then Saduko strolled out of a patch of bush and said, I ordered your boys to yoke up the oxen, Nkusi. Have you? That's cool, I answered. Perhaps you will tell me why? Because we must make a good trek to the northward before night, Nkusi. Indeed, I thought that I was heading southeast. Bangu does not live in the south or the east, he replied slowly. Oh, I had almost forgotten about Bangu, I said with a rather feeble attempt at evasion. Is it so? He answered in his haughty voice. I never knew before that Macumazahn was a man who broke a promise to his friend. Would you be so kind as to explain your meaning, Saduko? Is it needful? He answered, shrugging his shoulders. Unless my ears played me tricks, you agreed to go up with me against Bangu. Well, I have gathered the necessary men, with the king's leave. They await us yonder. And he pointed with his spear towards a dense patch of bush that lay some miles beneath us. But, he added, if you desire to change your mind, I will go alone. Only then, I think, we had better bid each other good-bye, since I love not friends who change their minds when the assegais begin to shake. Now whether Saduko spoke this by design I do not know. Certainly, however, he could have found no better way to ensure my companionship for what it was worth, since, although I had made no actual promise in this case, I have always prided myself on keeping even a half-bargain with a native. "I will go with you," I said quietly, "and I hope that, when it comes to the pinch, your spear will be as sharp as your tongue, Saduko. Only do not speak to me again like that, lest we should quarrel." As I said this, I saw a look of relief appear on his face, a very great relief. "I pray your pardon, my lord Macumazahn," he said, seizing my hand, "but oh, there is a hole in my heart. I think that Mameena means to play me false, and now that has happened with yonder dog Masapo, which will make her father hate me." "If you'll take my advice, Saduko," I replied earnestly, "you will let this Mameena fall out of the hole in your heart. You will forget her name. You will have done with her. Ask me not why." "Perhaps there is no need, O Macumazahn. Perhaps she has been making love to you, and you have turned her way, as, being what you are and my friend, of course you would do." It is rather inconvenient to be set upon such a pedestal at times, but I did not attempt to assent or to deny anything, much less to enter into explanations. "Perhaps all this has happened," he continued, "or perhaps it is she who has sent for Masapo the hog. I do not ask, because if you know, you will not tell me. Moreover, it matters nothing. While I have a heart, Mameena will never drop out of it. While I can remember names, hers will never be forgotten by me. Moreover, I mean that she shall be my wife. Now, I am minded to take a few men and spear this hog Masapo before we go up against Bangu, for then he at any rate will be out of my road." "If you do anything of the sort, Saduko, you will go up against Bangu alone, for I trek east at once, who will not be mixed up with murder." "Then let it be, Inkusi, unless he attacks me, as my snake said that he may. The hog can wait. After all, he will only be growing a little fatter. Now, if it pleases you, order the wagons to trek. I will show the road, for we must camp in that bush tonight where my people wait me, and there I will tell you my plans. Also, you will find one with a message for you."
End of Chapter 5. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 6 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 6. The Ambush. We had reached the bush after 6 hours downhill trek over a pretty bad track made by cattle. Of course, there were no roads in Zululand at this date. I remember the place well. It was a kind of spreading woodland on a flat bottom, where trees of no great size grew sparsely. Some were mimosa thorns. Others had deep green leaves and bore a kind of plum with an acid taste and a huge stone, and others silver-colored leaves in their season. A river, too, low at this time of year, wound through it, and in the scrub upon its banks were many guinea-fowl and other birds. It was a pleasing, lonely place with lots of game in it that came here in the winter to eat grass which was lacking in the higher veld. Also, it gave the idea of vastness, since wherever one looked there was nothing to be seen except a sea of trees. Well, we outspan by the river, of which I forgot the name, at a spot that Saduko showed us, and set to work to cook our food, that consisted of venison from a blue wildebeest, one of a herd of these wild-looking animals which I had been fortunate enough to shoot as they whisked past us, gambolling in and out between the trees. While we were eating, I observed that armed Zulus arrived continually in parties of 6 to a score of men, and as they arrived lifted their spears, though whether in salutation to Saduko or to myself I did not know, and sat themselves down on an open space between us and the river bank. Although it was difficult to say whence they came, for they appeared like ghosts out of the bush, I thought it well to take no notice of them, since I guessed that their coming was prearranged. "Who are they?" I whispered to Scowl as he brought me my tot of Square Face. "Saduko's wild men," he answered in the same low voice. "Outlaws of his tribe who live among the rocks." Now I scanned them sideways while pretending to light my pipe and so forth, and certainly they seemed a remarkably savage set of people. Great gaunt fellows with tangled hair, who wore tattered skins upon their shoulders and seemed to have no possessions save some snuff, a few sleeping mats, and an ample supply of large fighting shields, hardwood carries or knob sticks, and broad ixwas, or stabbing assegais. Such was the look of them as they sat round us in silent semicircles, like aasvogels, as the Dutch call vultures, sit around a dying ox. Still I smoked on and took no notice. At length, as I expected, Saduko grew weary of my silence and spoke. "These are the men of the Amanagwe tribe, Macumazahn. 300 of them, all that Bangu left alive, for when their fathers were killed, the women escaped with some of the children, especially those of the outlying kraals. I have gathered them to be revenged upon Bangu, I who am their chief by right of blood." "Quite so," I answered. "I see that you have gathered them. But do they wish to be revenged on Bangu at the risk of their own lives?" "We do, White Inkusi," came the deep-throated answer from the 300. "And do they acknowledge you, Saduko, to be their chief?" "We do," again came the answer. Then a spokesman stepped forward, one of the few gray-haired men among them, for most of these Amangwane were of the age of Saduko, or even younger. "O Watcher by night," he said, "I am Chosa, the brother of Matewane, Saduko's father, the only one of his brothers that escaped the slaughter on the night of the great killing. Is it not so?" "It is so," exclaimed the serried ranks behind him. "I acknowledge Saduko as my chief, and so do we all," went on Chosa. "And so do we all," echoed the ranks. "Since Matewane died, we have lived as we could, O Macumazahn, like baboons among the rocks, without cattle, often without a hut to shelter us, here one, there one. Still we have lived, awaiting the hour of vengeance upon Bangu, that hour which Zikali the Wise, who is of our blood, has promised to us. Now we believe that it has come, and one and all from here, from there, from everywhere, we have gathered at the summons of Saduko to be led against Bangu and to conquer him or to die. Is it not so, Amangwane?" It is so," came the deep, unanimous answer that caused the stirless leaves to shake in the still air. "I understand, Ososa, brother of Matewane, the uncle of Saduko the chief," I replied. "But Bangu is a strong man, living, I am told, in a strong place. Still, let that go, for have you not said that you come out to conquer or to die, you who have nothing to lose, and if you conquer, you conquer, and if you die, and the tale is told. But supposing that you conquer, what will Panda, king of the Zulus, say to you, and to me also, who stir up war in this country?" Now the Anamangwe looked behind them, and Saduko cried out, "Appear, messenger from Panda the king." Before his words had ceased to echo, I saw a little withered man threading his way between the tall, gaunt forms of the Amangwane. He came and stood before me, saying, "Hail, Macumazahn! Do you remember me?" "Aye," I answered. "I remember you as Maputa, one of Panda's Induas." "Quite so, Macumazahn. I am Maputa, one of his Indunas, a member of his council, a captain of his impas, that is, armies, as I was to his brothers who are gone, whose names it is not lawful that I should name. Well, Panda the king has sent me to you at the request of Saduko there, with a message." "How do I know that you are a true messenger?" I asked. "Have you brought me any token?" "Aye," he answered, and fumbling under his cloak, he produced something wrapped in dried leaves, which he undid and handed to me, saying, "This is the token that Panda sends to you, Macumazahn, bidding me to tell you that you will certainly know it again, also that you are welcome to it, since the 2 little bullets which he swallowed as you directed made him very ill, and he needs no more of them." I took the token, and examining it in the moonlight, recognized it at once. It was a cardboard box of strong calomel pills, on the top of which was written, "Allan Quatermain, Esquire. One only, to be taken as directed." Without entering into explanations, I may state that I had taken one as directed, and subsequently presented the rest of the box to King Panda, who was very anxious to taste the white man's medicine. "Do you recognize the token, Macumazahn?" asked the Induna. "Yes," I replied gravely, "and let the king return thanks to the spirits of his ancestors that he did not swallow 3 of the balls, for if he had done so, by now there would have been another head in Zululand. Well, speak on, messenger." But to myself I reflected, not for the first time, how strangely these natives could mix up the sublime with the ridiculous. Here was a matter that must involve the death of many men, and the token sent to me by the autocrat who stood at the back of it all, to prove the good faith of his messenger, was a box of calomel pills. However, it served the purpose as well as anything else. Maputa and I drew aside, for I saw that he wished to speak with me alone. "Oh, Macumazahn," he said, when we were out of hearing of the others, "these are the words of Panda to you. I understand that you, Macumazahn, have promised to accompany Saduko, son of Matawane, on an expedition of his against Bangu, chief of the Amakoba. Now, were anyone else concerned, I should forbid this expedition, and especially should I forbid you, a white man in my country, to share therein. But this dog of a Bangu is an evildoer. Many years ago he worked on the Black One who went before me to send him to destroy Matawane, my friend, filling the Black One's ears with false accusations. And thereafter he did treacherously destroy him and all his tribe, save Saduko his son, and some of the people and children who escaped. Moreover, of late, he has been working against me, the king, striving to stir up rebellion against me because he knows that I hate him for his crimes. Now I, Panda, unlike those who went before me, am a man of peace who do not wish to light the fire of civil war in the land. For who knows where such fires will stop, or whose kraals they will consume? Yet I do wish to see Bangu punished for his wickedness, and his pride abated. Therefore I give Saduko leave, and those people of the Amangwane who remain to him, to avenge their private wrongs upon Bangu if they can. And I give you leave, Macumazahn, to be of his party. Moreover, if any cattle are taken, I shall ask no account of them. You and Saduko may divide them as you wish. But understand, O Macumazahn, that if you or your people are killed or wounded, or robbed of your goods, I know nothing of the matter, and I am not responsible to you or to the White House of Natal. It is your own matter. These are my words. I have spoken." "I see," I answered. "I am to pull Panda's hot iron out of the fire and to extinguish the fire. If I succeed, I may keep a piece of the iron when it gets cool, and if I burn my fingers, it is my own fault, and I or my house must not come crying to Panda." "O watcher by night, you have speared the bull in the heart," replied Maputa the messenger, nodding his shrewd old head. "Well, will you go up with Saduko?" "Say to the king, O messenger, that I will go up with Saduko, because I promised him that I would, being moved by the tale of his wrongs, and not for the sake of the cattle, although it is true that if I hear any of them lowing in my camp, I may keep them. Say to Panda also that if aught of ill befalls me, he shall hear nothing of it, nor will I bring his high name into this business, but that he, on his part, must not blame me for anything that may happen afterwards. Have you got the message?" "I have it word for word, and may your spirit be with you, Macumazahn, when you attack the strong mountain of Bangu, which, if I were you," Maputa added reflectively, "I think I should do it just at the dawn, since the Amacoba drink much beer and are heavy sleepers." Then we took a pitch of snuff together, and he departed at once for Nadwengu, Panda's great place. 14 days had gone by, and Saduko and I, with our ragged band of Anamangwane, sat one morning after a long night march in the hilly country looking across a broad vale, which was sprinkled with trees like an English park, at that mountain on the side of which Bangu, chief of Amacoba, had his kraal. It was a very formidable mountain, and, as we already observed, the paths leading up to the kraal were amply protected with stone walls in which the openings were quite narrow, only just big enough to allow one ox to pass through them at a time. Moreover, all these walls had been strengthened recently, perhaps because Bangu was aware that Panda looked upon him, a northern chief dwelling on the confines of his dominions, with suspicion and even active enmity, as he was also no doubt aware Panda had good cause to do. Here in a dense patch of brush that grew in a kloof of the hills we held a council of war. So far as we knew, our advance had been unobserved, for I had left my wagons in the low veld 30 miles away, giving it out among the local natives that I was hunting game there, and bringing on with me only Scowl and 4 of my best hunters, all well-armed natives who could shoot. The 300 Amangwane also had advanced in small parties, separated from each other, pretending to be Kafirs marching towards Delagoa Bay. Now, however, we had all met in this bush. Among our number were 3 Amangwane who, on the slaughter of their tribe, had fled with their mothers to this district, and had been brought up among the people of Bangu, but who, at his summons, came back to Saduko. It was on these men that we relied at this juncture, for they alone knew the country. Long and anxiously did we consult with them. First they explained, and so far as the moonlight would allow, for as yet the dawn had not broken, pointed out to us the various paths that led to Bangu's kraal. "How many men are there in the town?" I asked. "About 700 who carry spears," they answered, "together with others in outlying kraals. Moreover, watchmen are always set at the gateways and the walls." "And where are the cattle?" I asked again. "Here, in the valley beneath, Macumazahn," answered the spokesman. "If you listen, you will hear them lowing. 50 men, not less, watch them at night, 2,000 head of them or more. Then it would not be difficult to get around these cattle and drive them off, leaving Bangu to breed up a new herd." "It might not be difficult," interrupted Saduko, but I came here to kill Bangu, as well as to seize his cattle, since with him I have a blood feud. Very good, I answered, but that mountain cannot be stormed with 300 men, fortified as it is with walls and schanzes. Our band would be destroyed before ever we came to the kraal, since, owing to the sentries who are set everywhere, it would be impossible to surprise the place. Also, you have forgotten the dogs, Saduko. Moreover, even if it were possible, I will have nothing to do with the massacre of women and children, which must happen in an assault. Now listen to me, O Saduko. I say, let us leave the kraal of Bangu alone, and this coming night send 50 of our men, under the leadership of the guides, down to yonder bush, where they will lie hid. Then, after moonrise, when all are asleep, these 50 must rush the cattle kraal, killing any who may oppose them, should they be seen, and driving the herd out through yonder great pass by which we have entered the land. Bangu and his people, thinking that those who have taken the cattle are but common thieves of some wild tribe, will gather and follow the beasts to recapture them. But we, with the rest of the Amangwane, can set an ambush in the narrowest part of the pass among the rocks, where the grass is high and the euphorbia trees grow thick, and there, when they have passed the neck, which I and my hunters will hold with our guns, we will give them battle. What say you?" Now Saduko answered that he would rather attack the kraal, which he wished to burn. But the old Amangwane, Zosa, brother of the dead Matewane, said, "No, Macumazahn, watcher by night is wise. Why should we waste our strength on stone walls of which none know the number, or can find the gates in the darkness, and thereby leave our skulls to be set up as ornaments on the fences of the accursed Amakoba? Let us draw the Amakoba out into the pass of the mountains, where they have no walls to protect them, and there fall on them when they are bewildered, and settle the matter with them man to man. As for the women and children, with Macumazahn I say let them go. Afterwards, perhaps they will become our women and children." "Aye," answered the Amangwane. "The plan of the white Nkusi is good. He is clever as a weasel. We will have his plan and no other." So Saduko was overruled, and my counsel adopted. All that day we rested, lighting no fires and remaining still as the dead in a dense bush. It was a very anxious day, for although the place was so wild and lonely, there was always the fear lest we should be discovered. It was true that we had traveled mostly by night in small parties to avoid leaving a spoor, and avoided all kraals. Still, some rumor of our approach might have reached the Amakoba, or a party of hunters might stumble on us, or those who sought for lost cattle. Indeed, something of this sort did happen, for about midday we heard a footfall, and perceived the figure of a man, whom by his headdress we knew for an Amakoba, threading his way through the bush. Before he saw us he was in our midst. For a moment he hesitated ere he turned to fly, and that moment was his last, for 3 of the Amangwane leapt on him silently as leopards leap upon a buck, and where he stood, there he died. Poor fellow! Evidently he had been on a visit to some witch doctor, for in his blanket we found medicine and love charms. This doctor cannot have been one of the stamp of Zikali the dwarf, I thought to myself. At least he had not warned him that he would never live to dose his beloved with that foolish medicine. Meanwhile, a few of us who had the quickest eyes climbed trees, and thence watched the town of Bangu and the valley that lay between us and it. Soon we saw that so far, at any rate, fortune was playing into our hands, since herd after herd of kine were driven into the valley during the afternoon, and enclosed the stock kraals. Doubtless Bangu intended on the morrow to make his half-yearly inspection of all the cattle of his tribe, many of which were herded at a distance from his town. At length the long day drew to its close, and the shadows of evening thickened. Then we made ready for our dreadful game, of which the stake was the lives of all of us, since, should we fail, we could expect no mercy. The 50 picked men were gathered and ate food in silence. These men were placed under the command of Xhosa, for he was the most experienced of the Amangwane, and led by the 3 guides who had dwelt among the Amakoba, and who knew every ant heap in the land, or so they swore. Their duty, it will be remembered, was to cross the valley, separate themselves into small parties, unbar the various cattle kraals, kill or hunt off the herdsmen, and drive the beasts back across the valley into the pass. A second 50 men, under the command of Saduko, were to be left just at the end of this pass where it opened out into the valley, in order to help and reinforce the cattle lifters, or, if need be, to check the following Amakoba, while the great herds of beasts were got away, and then fall back on the rest of us in our ambush nearly 2 miles distant. The management of this ambush was to be my charge, a heavy one indeed. Now the moon would not be up until midnight, but 2 hours before that time we began our moves, since the cattle must be driven out of the kraals as soon as she appeared and gave the needful light. Otherwise the fight in the pass would in all probability be delayed till after sunrise, when the Amakoba would see how small was the number of their foes. Terror, doubt, darkness, these must be our allies if our desperate venture was to succeed. All was arranged at last, and the time had come. We, the 3 captains of our divided force, bade each other farewell, and passed the word down the ranks that, should we be separated by the accidents of war, my wagons were the meeting place of any who survived. Xhosa and his 50 glided away into the shadow silently as ghosts, and were gone. Presently the fierce-faced Saduko departed also with his 50. He carried the double-barreled gun I had given him, and was accompanied by one of my best hunters, a Natal native, who was also armed with a heavy smooth bore loaded with slugs. Our hope was that the sound of these guns might terrify the foe, should there be an occasion to use them before our forces joined up again, and make them think they had to do with a body of raiding Dutch white men, of whose roars, as the heavy elephant guns of that day were called, all natives were much afraid. So Saduko went with his 50, leaving me wondering whether I should ever see his face again. Then I, my bearer's scow, the 2 remaining hunters, and the 10 score Amangwane who were left, turned and soon were following the road by which we had come down the rugged pass. I call it a road, but in fact it was nothing but a water-washed gully strewn with boulders, through which we must pick our way as best we could in the darkness, having first removed the percussion cap from the nipple of every gun, for fear lest the accidental discharge of one of them should warn the Amakoba, confuse our other parties, and bring all our deep-laid plans to nothing. Well, we accomplished that march somehow, walking in 3 long lines so that each man might keep touch with him in front, and just as the moon began to rise, reached the spot that I had chosen for the ambush. Certainly it was well suited to that purpose. Here the track or gully bed narrowed to a width of not more than 100 feet, while the steep slopes of the kloof on either side were clothed with scattered bushes and finger-like euphorbias, which grew among the stones. Behind these stones and bushes we hid ourselves, 100 men on one side and 100 on the other, whilst I and my 3 hunters, who were armed with guns, took up a position under shelter of a great boulder nearly 5 feet thick that lay but a little to the right of the gully itself, up which we expected the cattle would come. This place I chose for 2 reasons. First, that I might keep touch with both wings of my force, and secondly, that we might be able to fire straight down the path on the pursuing Amakoba. These were the orders that I gave to the Amangwane. warning them that he who disobeyed would be punished with death. They were not to stir until I, or if I should be killed, one of my hunters fired a shot. For my fear was lest, growing excited, they might leap out before the time and kill some of our own people, who very likely would be mixed up with the first of the pursuing Amakoba. Secondly, when the cattle had passed and the signal had been given, they were to rush on the Amakoba, throwing themselves across the gully so that the enemy would have to fight upwards on a steep slope. That was all I told them, since it is not wise to confuse natives by giving too many orders. One thing I added, however, that they must conquer or they must die. There was no mercy for them. It was a case of death or victory. Their spokesman, for these people always find a spokesman, answered that they thanked me for my advice, that they understood, and they would do their best. Then they lifted their spears to me in salute. A wild lot of men they looked in the moonlight as they departed to take shelter behind the rocks and trees and wait. That waiting was long, and I confess that before the end it got upon my nerves. I began to think of all sorts of things, such as whether I should live to see the sun rise again. I also reflected upon the legitimacy of this remarkable enterprise. What right had I to involve myself in a quarrel between these savages? Why had I come here? To gain cattle as a trader? No, for I was not at all sure that I would take them if gained. Because Saduko had twitted me with faithlessness to my words? Yes, to a certain extent, but that was by no means the whole reason. I had been moved by the recital of the cruel wrongs inflicted upon Saduko and his tribe by this Bangu, and therefore had not been loath to associate myself with his attempted vengeance upon a wicked murderer. Well, that was sound enough so far as it went, but now a new consideration suggested itself to me. Those wrongs had been worked many years ago. Probably most of the men who had aided and abetted them by now were dead or very aged, and it was their sons upon whom the vengeance would be wreaked. What right had I to assist in visiting the sins of the fathers upon the sons? Frankly, I could not say. The thing seemed to me to be a part of the problem of life, neither less nor more. So I shrugged my shoulders sadly and consoled myself by reflecting that very likely the issue would go against me, and that my own existence would pay the price of the venture and expound its moral. This consideration soothed my conscience somewhat, for when a man backs his actions with the risk of his life, right or wrong, at any rate he plays no coward's part. The time went by very slowly, and nothing happened. The waning moon shone brightly in a clear sky, and as there was no wind, the silence seemed peculiarly intense, save for the laugh of an occasional hyena, and now and again for a sound which I took for the coughing of a distant lion. There was no stir between sleeping earth and moonlit heaven in which little clouds floated beneath the pale stars. At length I thought that I heard a noise, a kind of murmur far away. It grew. It developed. It sounded like 1,000 sticks tapping upon something hard, very faintly. It continued to grow, and I knew the sound for that of the beating hoofs of animals galloping. Then there were isolated noises, very faint and thin. They might be shouts. Then something that I could not mistake, shots fired at a distance. So the business was afoot. The cattle were moving. Saduko and my hunter were firing. There was nothing for it but to wait. The excitement was very fierce. It seemed to consume me, to eat into my brain. The sound of the tapping upon the rocks grew louder until it merged into a kind of rumble, mixed with an echo as that of a very distant thunder, which presently I knew to be not thunder, but the bellowing of 1,000 frightened beasts. Nearer and nearer came the galloping hoofs and the rumble of bellowings. nearer and nearer the shouts of men affronting the stillness of the solemn night. At length a single animal appeared, a kudu buck that somehow had got mixed up with the cattle. It went past us like a flash, and was followed a minute or so later by a bull that, being young and light, had outrun its companions. That too went by, foam on its lips and its tongue hanging from its jaws. Then the herd appeared, a countless herd it seemed to me, plunging up the incline, cows, heifers, calves, bulls, and oxen, all mixed together in one inextricable mass, and every one of them snorting, bellowing, or making some other kind of sound. The din was fearful, the sight bewildering, for the beasts were of all colors, and their long horns flashed like ivory in the moonlight. Indeed, the only thing in the least like it which I had ever seen was the rush of the buffaloes from the reed camp on that day when I got my injury. They were streaming past us now, a mighty and moving mass so closely packed that a man might have walked upon their backs. In fact, some of the calves, which had been thrust up by the pressure, were being carried along in this fashion. Glad was I that none of us were in their path, for their advance seemed irresistible. No fence or wall could have saved us, and even stout trees that grew in the gully were snapped or thrust over. At length the long line began to thin, for now it was composed of stragglers and weak or injured beasts, of which there were many. Other sounds, too, began to dominate the bellowings of the animals, those of the excited cries of men. The first of our companions, the cattle lifters, appeared, weary and gasping, but waving their spears in triumph. Among them was old Sosha. I stepped upon my rock, calling to him by name. He heard me, and presently was lying at my side, panting. "We have got them all," he gasped. "Not a hoof is left save those that are trodden down. Saduko is not far behind with the rest of our brothers, except some that have been killed. All the Amakoba tribe are after us. He holds them back to give the cattle time to get away." "Well done," I answered. "It is very good. Now make your men hide among the others, that they may find their breath before the fight." So he stopped them as they came. Scarcely had the last of them vanished into the bushes when the gathering volume of shots, amongst which I heard a gun go off, told us that Saduko and his band and the pursuing Amakoba were not far away. Presently they too appeared. That is, the handful of Amangwane did, not fighting now, but running as hard as they could, for they knew that they were approaching the ambush and wished to pass it so as not to be mixed up with the Amakoba. We let them go through us. Among the last of them came Saduko, who was wounded, for the blood ran down his side, supporting my hunter, who was also wounded, more severely, as I feared. I called to him. "Saduko," I said, "halt at the crest of the path and rest here so that you may be able to help us presently." He waved the gun in answer, for he was too breathless to speak, and went on with those who were left of his following, perhaps 30 men in all, in the track of the cattle. Before he was out of sight, the Amakoba arrived, a mob of 500 or 600 men mixed up together and advancing without order or discipline, for they seemed to have lost their heads as well as their cattle. Some of them had shields and some had none, some broad and some throwing assegais, while many were quite naked, not having stayed to put on their mukas, and much less their war finery. Evidently they were mad with rage, for the sounds that issued from them seemed to concentrate into one mighty curse. The moment had come, though, to tell the truth, I heartily wished that it had not. I wasn't exactly afraid, although I never set up for great courage, but I did not quite like the business. After all, we were stealing these people's cattle, and now were going to kill as many of them as we could. I had to recall Saduko's dreadful story of the massacre of his tribe before I could make up my mind to give the signal. That hardened me, and so did the reflection that, after all, they outnumbered us enormously and very likely would prove victors in the end. Anyhow, it was too late to repent. What a tricky and uncomfortable thing is conscience! that nearly always begins to trouble us at the moment of or after the event, not before, when it might be of some use. I raised myself upon the rock and fired both barrels of my gun into the advancing horde, though whether I killed anyone or no I cannot say. I have always hoped that I did not, but as the mark was large and I am a fair shot, I fear that it is scarcely possible. Next moment, with a howl that sounded like that of wild beasts, from either side of the gorge the fierce Amangwane free-spearers, for that is what they were, leapt out of their hiding places and hurled themselves upon their hereditary foes. They were fighting for more than cattle. They were fighting for hate and for revenge, since these Amakoba had slaughtered their fathers and their mothers, their sisters and their brothers, and they alone remained to pay them back blood for blood. Great heaven, how they did fight, more like devils than human beings. After that first howl, which shaped itself into the word "Saduko," they were silent as bulldogs. Though they were so few, at first their terrible rush drove back the Amakoba. Then, as these recovered from their surprise, the weight of numbers began to tell, for they too were brave men who did not give way to panic. Scores of them went down at once, but the remainder pushed the Amangwane before them up the hill. I took a little share in the fight, but was thrust backward with the others, only firing when I was obliged to save my own life. Foot by foot we were pushed back, till at length we drew near to the crest of the pass. Then, while the issue hung in the balance, there was another shout of "Saduko!" and that chief himself, followed by his 30, rushed upon the Amakoba. This charge decided the battle, for not knowing how many more were coming, those who were left of the Amakoba turned and fled, nor did we pursue them far. We mustered on the hilltop, not more than 200 of us now. The rest were fallen or desperately wounded, my poor hunter, whom I had lent to Saduko, being among the dead. Although wounded, he died fighting to the last, then fell down, shouting to me, "Chief, have I done well?" and expired. I was breathless and spent, but as in a dream I saw some Amangwane drag up a gaunt old savage, crying, "Here is Bangu, Bangu the butcher, whom we have caught alive." Saduko stepped up to him. "Ah, Bangu," he said, "now say why I should not kill you as you would have killed the little lad Saduko long ago, had not Zikali saved him. See, here is the mark of your spear." "Kill," said Bangu. "Your spirit is stronger than mine. Did not Zikali foretell it? Kill, Saduko." "Nay," answered Saduko. "If you are weary, I am weary too, and wounded as well. Take a spear, Bangu, and we will fight." So they fought there in the moonlight, man to man, fought fiercely while all watched, till presently I saw Bangu throw his arms wide and fall backwards. Saduko was avenged. I have always been glad that he slew his enemy thus, and not as it might have been expected that he would do. End of chapter 6. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 7 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 7. Saduko brings the marriage gift. We reached my wagons by the early morning of the following day, bringing with us the cattle and our wounded. Thus encumbered, it was a most toilsome march, and an anxious one also, for it was always possible that the remnant of the Amakoba might attempt pursuit. This, however, they did not do, for many of them were dead or wounded, and those who remained had no heart left in them. They went back to their mountain home and lived there in shame and wretchedness, for I do not believe there were 50 head of cattle left among the tribe, and Kafirs without cattle are nothing. Still they did not starve, since there were plenty of women to work the fields, and we had not touched their corn. The end of them was that Panda gave them to their conqueror Saduko, and he incorporated them with the Amangwane, but that did not happen until some time afterwards. When we had rested a while at the wagons, the captured beasts were mustered, and on being counted were found to number a little over 1,200 head, not reckoning animals that had been badly hurt in the fight, which we killed for beef. It was a noble prize truly, and notwithstanding the wound in his thigh, which hurt him a good deal now that it had stiffened, Saduko stood up and surveyed them with glistening eyes. No wonder, for he who had been so poor was now rich, and would remain so even after he had paid over whatever number of cows Umbezi chose to demand as the price for Mameena's hand. Moreover, he was sure, and I shared his confidence, that in these changed circumstances both that young woman and her father would look upon his suit with very favorable eyes. He had, so to speak, succeeded to the title and the family estates by means of a lawsuit brought in the court of the Assegai, and therefore there was hardly a father in Zululand who would shut his kraal gate upon him. We forgot, both of us, the proverb that points out how numerous are the slips between the cup and the lip, which, by the way, is one that has its Zulu equivalents. One of them, if I remember right, at the moment is, however loud the hen cackles, the housewife does not always get the egg. As it chanced, although Saduka's hen was cackling very loudly just at this time, he was not destined to find the coveted egg. But of that matter I will speak in its place. I, too, looked at those cattle, wondering whether Saduko would remember our bargain under which 600 head of them belonged to me. 600 head! Why, putting them at £5 apiece all round, and as oxen were very scarce at that time, they were worth quite as much, if not more. That meant £3,000, a larger sum of money than I had ever owned at one time in all my life. Truly the paths of violence were profitable. But would he remember? On the whole, I thought probably not, since Kafirs are not fond of parting with cattle. Well, I did him an injustice, for presently he turned and said, with something of an effort, "Macumazahn, half of all these belong to you, and truly you have earned them, for it was your cunning and good counsel that gained us the victory. Now we will choose them beast by beast." So I chose a fine ox, then Saduko chose one, and so it went on till I had 8 of my number driven out. As the 8th was taken, I turned to Saduko and said, "There, that will do. These oxen I must have to replace those in my teams which died on the trek, but I want no more." "Wow," said Saduko and all those who stood with him, while one of them added, I think it was Sosa, "He refuses 600 cattle which are fairly his. He must be mad." "No, friends," I answered, "I am not mad, but neither am I bad. I accompanied Saduko on this raid because he is dear to me and stood by me once in the hour of danger, but I do not love killing men with whom I have no quarrel, and I will not take the price of blood." "Wow," said old Sosa again, for Saduko seemed too astonished to speak. "He is a spirit, not a man. He is holy." "Not a bit of it," I answered. "If you think that, ask Mameena," a dark saying which they did not understand. "Now listen, I will not take those cattle because I do not think as you Kafirs think. But as they are mine, according to your law, I am going to dispose of them. I give 10 head to each of my hunters, and 15 head to the relations of him who was killed. The rest I give to Sosa, and to the other men of the Amangwane who fought with us, to be divided among them in such proportions as they may agree, I being the judge in the event of any quarrel arising." Now these men raised a great cry of "Ingusi!" and running up, old Sosa seized my hand and kissed it. "Your heart is big," he cried. "You drop fatness. Although you are small, the spirit of the king lives in you, and the wisdom of the heavens." Thus he praised me, while the others joined in, till the din was awful. Saduko thanked me also in his magnificent manner, Yet I do not think he was altogether pleased, although my great gift relieved him from the necessity of sharing up the spoil with his companions. The truth was, or so I believe, that he understood that henceforth the Amangwane would love me better than they loved him. This, indeed, proved to be the case, for I am sure that there was no man among all those wild fellows who would not have served me to the death. And to this day my name is a power among them and their descendants. Also it has grown into something of a proverb among all those Kafirs who know the story. They talk of any great act of liberality in an idiom as a gift of Macumazana, and in the same way of one who makes any remarkable renunciation as a wearer of Macumazana's blanket, or as he who has stolen Macumazana's shadow. Thus did I earn a great reputation very cheaply, for really I could not have taken those cattle. Also I am sure that had I done so they would have brought me bad luck. Indeed, one of the regrets of my life is that I had anything whatsoever to do with the business. Our journey back to Mbezi's kraal, for thither we were heading, was very slow, hampered as we were with wounded and by a vast herd of cattle. Of the latter, indeed, we got rid after a while, for, except those which I had given to my men, and 100 or so of the beasts that Saduko took with him for a certain purpose, they were sent away to a place which he had chosen, in charge of about half of his people, under the command of his uncle Tsosa, there to await his coming. Over a month had gone by since the night of the ambush, when at last we outspan quite close to Mbezi's, in that bush where first I had met the Amangwane free spears. A very different set of men they looked on this triumphant day to those fierce fellows who had slipped out of the trees at the call of their chief. As we went through the country, Saduko had bought fine mukas and blankets for them. Also headdresses had been made with the long black feathers of the sakabuli finch, and shields and leglets of the hides and tails of oxen. Moreover, having fed plentifully and travelled easily, they were fat and well favoured, as, given good food, natives soon become after a period of abstinence. The plan of Saduko was to lie quiet in the bush that night, and on the following morning to advance in all his grandeur, accompanied by his spears, present the 100 head of cattle that had been demanded, and formally ask his daughter's hand from Mbezi. As the reader may have gathered already, there was a certain histrionic vein in Saduko. Also, when he was in feather, he liked to show off his plumage. Well, this plan was carried out to the letter. On the following morning, after the sun was well up, Saduko, as a great chief does, sent forward 2 bedizened heralds to announce his approach to Mbezi, after whom followed 2 other men to sing his deeds and praises. By the way, I observed that they had clearly been instructed to avoid any mention of a person called Macumazan. When we advanced in force, first went Saduko, splendidly apparelled as a chief, carrying a small assegai and adorned with plumes, leglets, and a leopard-skin kilt. He was attended by about half a dozen of the best-looking of his followers, who posed as indunas or counselors. Behind these I walked, a dusty, insignificant little fellow, attended by the ugly, snub-nosed scowl and very greasy pair of trousers, worn-out European boots through which his toes peeped, and nothing else, and by my 3 surviving hunters, whose appearance was even more disreputable. After us marched about 80 of the transformed Amangwane, and after them came the 100 picked cattle driven by a few herdsmen. In due course we arrived at the gate of the kraal, where we found the heralds and the praisers prancing and shouting. "Have you seen Mbezi?" asked Saduko of them. "No," they answered. "He was asleep when we got here, but his people say that he is coming out presently." "Tell his people that he had better be quick about it, or I shall turn him out," replied the proud Saduko. Just at this moment the kraal gate opened, and through it appeared Mbezi, looking extremely fat and foolish. Also it struck me frightened, although this he tried to conceal. "Who visits me here?" he said. "So much, ceremony." And with the carved dancing stick he carried, he pointed doubtfully at the lines of armed men. "Oh, it is you, is it, Saduko?" And he looked him up and down, adding, How grand you are, to be sure. Have you been robbing anybody? And you too, Macumazahn. Well, you do not look grand. You look like an old cow that has been suckling 2 calves in the winter veld. But tell me, what are all these warriors for? I ask because I have not food for so many, especially as we have just had a feast here. Fear nothing, Umbezi, answered Saduko in his grandest manner. I have brought food for my own men. As for my messengers, it is simple. You asked 100 head of cattle as a lobola, that is, the marriage gift, of your daughter Mameena. They are here. Go send your servants to the kraal and count them. Oh, with pleasure, Umbezi replied nervously, and he gave some orders to certain men behind him. I am glad to see that you have become rich in this sudden fashion, Saduko, though how you have done so I cannot understand. Never mind how I have become rich, answered Saduko. I am rich. That is enough for the present. Be pleased to send for Mameena, for I would talk with her. Yes, Saduko, I understand that you would talk with Mameena, but— and he looked around him desperately. I fear that she is still asleep. As you know, Mameena was always a late riser, and what is more, she hates to be disturbed. Don't you think that you could come back, say, tomorrow morning? She will be sure to be up by then, or better still, the day after. In which hut is Mameena? Asked Saduko sternly, while I, smelling a rat, began to chuckle to myself. I really do not know, Saduko, replied Umbezi. Sometimes she sleeps in one, sometimes in another, and sometimes she goes several hours' journey away to her aunt's kraal for a change. I would not be in the least surprised if she had done so last night. I have no control over Mameena. Before Saduko could answer, a shrill, rasping voice broke upon our ears, which, after some search, I saw proceeded from an ugly and ancient female seated in the shadow, whom I recognized, the lady who was known by the pleasing name of Worn-out Old Cow.
"He lies!" screeched the voice. "He lies! Thanks be to the spirit of my ancestors, that wild cat Mameena has left this kraal for good. She slept last night not with her aunt, but with her husband Masapo, to whom Umbezi gave her in marriage 2 days ago, receiving in payment 120 head of cattle, which was 20 more than you bid, Saduko."
Now when Saduko heard these words, I thought that he would really go mad with rage. He turned quite grey under his dark skin, and for a while trembled like a leaf, looking as though he were about to fall to the ground. Then he leapt as a lion leaps, and seizing Umbezi by the throat, hurled him backwards, standing over him with raised spear.
You dog! He cried in a terrible voice. Tell me the truth, or I will rip you up. What have you done with Mameena? Oh, Saduko, answered Umbezi in choking tones. Mameena has chosen to get married. It was no fault of mine. She would have her way.
He got no farther, and had I not intervened by throwing my arms about Saduko and dragging him back, that moment would have been Umbezi's last, for Saduko was about to pin him to the earth with his spear. As it proved, I was just in time, and Saduko, being weak with emotion, for I felt his heart going like a sledgehammer, could not break from my grasp before his reason returned to him. At length he recovered himself a little and threw down his spear as though to put himself out of temptation. Then he spoke, always in the same terrible voice, asking, "Have you more to say about this business, Umbezi? I would hear all before I answer you."
"Only this, Saduko,"
replied Umbezi, who had risen to his feet and was shaking like a reed.
"I did no more than any other father would have done. Masapo is a very powerful chief, one who will be a good stick for me to lean on in my old age. Mameena declared that she wished to marry him."
"He lies!"
screeched the old cow.
What Mameena said was that she had no will towards marriage with any Zulu in the land. So I suppose she's looking after a white man."
And she leered in my direction.
"She said, however, that her father wished to marry her to Masapo. She must be a dutiful daughter and obey him, but that if blood and trouble came of that marriage, let it be on his head and not hers."
"Would you also stick your claws into me, cat?" shouted Umbezi, catching the old woman a savage cut across the back with a light dancing stick which he still held in his hand, whereon she fled away screeching and cursing him. "Oh, Saduko," he went on, "let not your ears be poisoned by these falsehoods. Mameena never said anything of the sort, or if she did, it was not to me. Well, the moment that my daughter had consented to take Masopo as her husband, his people drove 120 of the most beautiful cattle over the hill. And would you have me refuse them, Saduko? I am sure that when you have seen them, you will say that I was quite right to accept such a splendid lobola in return for one sharp-tongued girl. Remember, Saduko, that although you had promised 100 head, that is less by 20. At the time you did not own one, and where you were to get them from I could not guess. Moreover," he added with a last desperate imaginative effort, for I think he saw that his arguments were making no impression, "some strangers who called here told me that both you and Macumazahn had been killed by certain evildoers in the mountains. There, I have spoken, and, Saduko, if you now have cattle, why, on my part, I have another daughter, not quite so good-looking, perhaps, but a much better worker in the field. Come and drink a cup of beer, and I will send for her." "Stop talking about your other daughter and your beer and listen to me," replied Saduko, looking at the assegai which he had thrown down to the ground so ominously that I set my foot on it. "I am now a greater chief than the Boer Masapo. Has Masapo such a bodyguard as these eaters up of enemies?" And he jerked his thumb backwards towards the serried lines of fierce-faced Amagwane who stood listening behind us. "Has Masapo as many cattle as I have, whereof those which you see are but a tithe brought as a lobola gift to the father of her who had been promised to me as a wife? Is Masapo Panda's friend? I think that I have heard otherwise. Has Masapo just conquered a countless tribe by his courage and his wit? Is Masapo young and of high blood, or is he but an old, low-born boar of the mountains?" "You do not answer, Umbezi, and perhaps you do well to be silent. Now listen again. Were it not for Macumazahn here, whom I do not desire to mix up with my quarrels, I would bid my men take you and beat you to death with the handles of their spears, and then go on and serve the boar in the same fashion in his mountain sty. As it is, these things must wait a little while, especially as I have other matters to attend to first. Yet the day is not far off when I will attend to them also. Therefore, my counsel to you, cheat, is to make haste to die or find the courage to fall on a spear, unless you would learn how it feels to be brayed with sticks like a green hide until none can know that you were once a man. Send now and tell my words to Masapo the boar, and to Mameena say that soon I will come to take her with spears and not with cattle. Do you understand? Oh, I see that you do, since already you weep with fear like a woman. Then farewell to you till that day when I return with the sticks, O Umbezi, the cheat and the liar, Umbezi, eater up of elephants." And turning, Saduko stalked away. I was about to follow in a great hurry, having had enough of this very unpleasant scene, when poor old Umbezi sprang at me and clasped me by the arm. "Oh, Macumazahn!" he exclaimed, weeping in his terror. "Oh, Macumazahn! If ever I have been a friend to you, help me out of this deep pit which I have fallen through the tricks of that monkey of a daughter of mine,
who I think is a witch born to bring trouble upon men. Macumazahn, if she had been your daughter and a powerful chief had appeared with 120 head of such beautiful cattle, you would have given her to him, would you not? Although he is of mixed blood and not very young, especially as she did not mind, who only cares for place and wealth.
I think not, I answered. But then it is not our custom to sell women in that fashion.
No, I forget. This is as in other matters. You white men are mad, and Macumazahn, to tell you the truth, I believe it is you she really cares for. She said as much to me once or twice. Well, why did you not take her away when I was not looking? We could have settled matters afterwards, and I should have been free of her witcheries and not up to my neck in this hole as I am now.
Because some people don't do that kind of thing, Umbezi.
No, I forgot. Oh, why can I not remember that you are quite mad, and therefore that it must not be expected of you to act as though you were sane? Well, at least you are that tiger Saduko's friend, which again shows that you must be very mad, for most people would sooner try to milk a cow buffalo than walk hand in hand with him. Don't you see, Macumazahn, that he means to kill me? Macumazahn, to bray me like a green hide. Ugh! To beat me to death with sticks. Ugh! And what is more, that unless you prevent him, he will certainly do it. Perhaps tomorrow or the next day. Ugh, ugh, ugh.
Yes, I see, Umbezi, and I think that he will do it. But what I do not see is how I am to prevent him. Remember that you let Mameena grow into his heart and behave badly to him, Umbezi.
I never promised her to him, Macumazahn. I only said that if he brought 100 cattle, then I might promise.
Well, he has wiped out the Amakoba, the enemies of his house, and there are the 100 cattle, whereof he has many more. And now it is too late for you to keep your share of the bargain. So I think that you must make yourself as comfortable as you can in that hole that your hands dug, Umbezi, which I would not share for all the cattle in Zululand.
Truly you are not one from whom to seek comfort in the hour of distress, groaned poor Umbezi, then added, brightening up, But perhaps Panda will kill him because he has wiped out Bangu in a time of peace. Oh, Macumazahn, can you not persuade Panda to kill him? If so, I now have more cattle than I really want.
Impossible, I answered. Panda is his friend, and between ourselves I may tell you that he ate up the Amakoba by his special wish. When the king hears of it, he will call to Saduko to sit in his shadow and make him great, one of his counselors, probably with power of life and death over little people like you and Masapo.
Then it is finished, said Umbezi faintly, and I will try to die like a man, but to be brayed like a hide, and with thin sticks. Oh, he added, grinding his teeth, if only I can get a hold of Mameena, I will not leave much of that pretty hair of hers upon her head. I will tie her hands and shut her up with the old cow, who loves her as a meerkat loves a mouse. No, I will kill her. There, do you hear, Macumazahn? Unless you do something to help me, I will kill Mameena. And you won't like that, for I am sure that she is dear to you, although you were not man enough to run away with her as she wished.
If you touch Mameena, I said, be certain, my friend, that Saduko's sticks and your skin will not be far apart, for I will report you to Panda myself as an unnatural evildoer. Now hearken to me, you old fool. Saduko is so fond of your daughter, on this point being mad, as you say that I am, that if only he could get her, I think he might overlook the fact of her having been married before. What you have to do is try to buy her back from Masapo. Mind you, I say buy her back, not get her by bloodshed, which you might do by persuading Masapo to put her away. Then, if he knew that you were trying to do this, I think that Saduko might leave his sticks uncut for a while.
I will try. I will indeed, Macumazahn. I will try very hard. It is true Masapo is an obstinate pig. Still, if he knows that his own life is at stake, he might give way. Moreover, when she learns that Saduko has grown rich and great, Mameena might help me. Oh, thank you, Macumazahn. You are indeed the prop of my hut, and it and all in it are yours. Farewell, farewell, Macumazahn, if you must go. But why did you not run away with Mameena and save me all this fear and trouble? So I and that old humbug Umbezi, eater up of elephants, parted for a while, and never did I know him in a more chastened frame of mind except once, as I shall tell. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 8 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 8. The King's Daughter. When I got back to my wagons after this semi-tragical interview with that bombastic and self-seeking old windbag Umbezi, it was to find that Saduko and his warriors had already marched for the king's kraal, Nodwengu. A message awaited me, however, to the effect that it was hoped that I would follow in order to make report of the affair of the destruction of the Amakoba. This, after reflection, I determined to do, really, I think, because of the intense human interest of the whole business. I wanted to see how it would work out. Also, in a way, I read Saduko's mind, and understood that at the moment he did not wish to discuss the matter of his hideous disappointment. Whatever else may have been false in this man's nature, one thing rang true, namely his love or his infatuation for the girl Mameena. Throughout his life she was his guiding star, about as evil a star as could have arisen upon any man's horizon, the fatal star that was to light him down to doom. Let me thank Providence, as I do, that I was so fortunate as to escape its baneful influences, although I admit that they attracted me not a little. So, seduced thither by my curiosity, which has so often led me into trouble, I trekked to Nodwengu, full of many doubts not unmingled with amusement, for I could not rid my mind of recollections of the utter terror of the eater-up of elephants, when he was brought face to face with the dreadful and concentrated rage of the robbed Saduko and the promise of his vengeance. Ultimately I arrived at the great place without experiencing any adventure that is worthy of record, and camped in a spot that was appointed to me by some Induna whose name I forget, but who evidently knew of my approach, for I found him awaiting me at some distance from the town. Here I sat for quite a long while, 2 or 3 days if I remember right, amusing myself with killing or missing turtle doves with a shotgun and similar pastimes until something should happen or I grew tired and started for Natal. In the end, just as I was about to trek seawards, an old friend, Maputa, turned up at my wagons, that same man who had brought me the message from Panda before we started to attack Bangu. "Greeting, Macumazahn," he said. "What of the Amakoba? I see they did not kill you." "No," I answered, handing him some snuff. "They did not quite kill me, for here I am. What is your pleasure with me?" "Oh, Macumazahn, only that the king wishes to know whether you have any of those little balls left in the box which I brought back to you, since, if so, he thinks he would like to swallow one of them in this hot weather." I proffered him the whole box, but he would not take it, saying that the king would like me to give it to him myself. Now I understood that this was a summons to an audience, and asked when it would please Panda to receive me and the little black stones that work wonders. He answered, "At once." So we started, and within an hour I stood, or rather sat, before Panda. Like all his family, the king was an enormous man,
but, unlike Chaka and those of his brothers whom I had known, one of a kindly countenance. I saluted him by lifting my cap, and took my place upon a wooden stool that had been provided for me outside the great hut, in the shadow of which he sat within his isi golo, or private enclosure. "Greeting, O Macumazahn," he said. "I am glad to see you safe and well, for I understand that you have been engaged upon a perilous adventure since we last met." "Yes, King," I answered, "but to which adventure do you refer? That of the buffalo when Saduko helped me, or that of the Amakoba when I helped Saduko?" "The latter, Macumazahn, of which I desire to hear all the story." So I told it to him, he and I being alone, for he commanded his counselors and servants to retire out of hearing. "Wow," he said when I had finished. "You are clever as a baboon, Macumazahn. That was a fine trick to set a trap for Bangu and his Amakoba dogs and bait it with his own cattle. But they tell me that you refused to share of those cattle. Now, why was that, Macumazahn?" By way of answer, I repeated to Panda my reasons, which I have set out already. "Ah," he exclaimed when I had finished, "every one seeks greatness in his own way, and perhaps yours is better than ours. Well, the white man walks one road, or some of them do, and the black man another. They both end at the same place, and none will know which is the right road until the journey is done. Meanwhile, what you lose, Saduko and his people gain. He is a wise man, Saduko, who knows how to choose his friends, and his wisdom has brought him victory and gifts. But to you, Macumazahn, it has brought nothing but honor, on which if a man feeds only, he will grow thin." "I like to be thin, O Panda," I answered slowly. Yes, I understand," replied the king, who, in common with most natives, was quick enough to seize a point. "And I, too, like people who keep thin on such food as yours. People also whose hands are always clean. We Zulus trust you, Macumazahn, as we trust few white men, for we have known for years that your lips say what your heart thinks, and that your heart always thinks the thing which is good. You may be named Watcher by night, but you love light, not darkness." Now at these somewhat unusual compliments I bowed, and felt myself coloring a little as I did so, even through my sunburn, but I made no answer to them, since to do so would have involved a discussion of the past and its tragical events, into which I had no wish to enter. Panda, too, remained silent for a while. Then he called to a messenger to summon the princes, Cetewayo and Umbelazi, to bid Saduko, the son of Matawane, to wait without in case he should wish to speak with them. A few minutes later the two princes arrived. I watched their coming with interest, for they were the most important men in Zululand, and already the nation debated fiercely which of them would succeed to the throne. I will try to describe them a little. They were both of much the same age. It is always difficult to arrive at a Zulu's exact years, and both fine young men. Cetewayo, however, had the stronger countenance. It was said that he resembled that fierce and able monster, Chaka the wild beast, his uncle, and certainly I perceived in him a likeness to his other uncle, Dingaan, Panda's predecessor, whom I had known but too well when I was a lad. He had the same surly eyes and haughty bearing. Also, when he was angry, his mouth shut itself in the same iron fashion. Of Umbelazi it is difficult for me to speak without enthusiasm, as Mameena was the most beautiful woman I ever saw in Zululand, although it is true that old War Dog Umslopogaas, a friend of mine who does not come into this story, used to tell me that Nada the lily, whom I have mentioned, was even lovelier. So Umbalazi was by far the most splendid man. Indeed, the Zulus named him Umbalazi the handsome, and no wonder. To begin with, he stood at least 3 inches above the tallest of them. From a quarter of a mile away I have recognized him by his great height, even through the dust of a desperate battle, and his breadth was proportionate to his stature. Then he was perfectly made, his great shapely limbs ending like Saduko's in small hands and feet. His face, too, was well cut and open, his color lighter than Cetewayo's, and his eyes, which always seemed to smile, were large and dark. Even before they passed the small gate of the inner fence, it was easy for me to see that this royal pair were not upon the best of terms, for each of them tried to get through it first, to show his right of precedence. The result was somewhat ludicrous, for they jammed in the gateway. Here, however, Umbalazi's greater weight told, for, putting out his strength, he squeezed his brother into the reeds of the fence and won through a foot or so in front of him. "You grow too fat, my brother," I heard Cetewayo say, and saw him scowl as he spoke. "If I had held an assegai in my hand, you would have been cut." "I know it, my brother," answered Umbalazi with a good-humored laugh. "But I knew also that none may appear before the king armed. Had it been otherwise, I would rather have followed after you." Now at this hint of Umbalazi's that he would not trust his brother behind his back with a spear, although it seemed to be conveyed in jest, I saw Panda shift uneasily in his seat, while Cetewayo scowled even more ominously than before. However, no further words passed between them, and, walking up to the king side by side, they saluted him with raised hands, calling out, "Baba," that is, father. "Greeting, my children," said Panda, adding hastily, for he saw a quarrel as to which of them would take the seat of honor on his right. "Sit here in front of me, both of you, and Macumazahn, do you come hither?" And he pointed to the coveted place. "I am a little deaf in my left ear this morning." So these brothers sat themselves down in front of the king, nor were they, I think, grieved to find this way out of their rivalry. But first they shook hands with me, for I knew them both, though not well, and even in this small matter the old trouble arose, since there was some difficulty as to which of them should first offer me his hand. Ultimately, I remember Cetewayo won this trick. When these preliminaries were finished, Panda addressed the princes, saying, "My sons, I have sent for you to ask your counsel upon a certain matter, not a large matter, but one that may grow." And he paused to take snuff, whereon both of them ejaculated, "We hear you, father." "Well, my sons, the matter is that of Saduko, the son of Matewane, chief of the Amangwane, whom Bangu, chief of the Amakoba, ate up years ago by leave of him who went before me. Now this Bangu, as you know, has for some time been a thorn in my foot, a thorn that caused it to fester, and yet I did not wish to make war on him. So I spoke a word in the ear of Saduko, saying, 'He is yours if you can kill him, and his cattle are yours.' Well, Saduko is not dull. With the help of this white man, Macumazahn, our friend from old, he has killed Bangu and taken his cattle, and already my foot is beginning to heal." "We have heard it," said Cetewayo. "It was a great deed," added Umbalazi, a more generous critic. "Yes," continued Panda, "I too think it was a great deed, seeing that Saduko had but a small regiment of warriors to back him." "Nay," interrupted Cetewayo, It was not those eaters of rats who won him the day. It was the wisdom of this Macumazahn. Macumazah's wisdom would have been of little use without the courage of Saduko and his rats," commented Umbelazi. And from this moment I saw that the two brothers were taking sides for and against Saduko, as they did upon every other matter, not because they cared for the right of whatever was in question, but because they wished to oppose each other. But the point is this: I think Saduko a man of promise, and one who should be advanced that he may learn to love us all, especially as his house has suffered wrong from our house, since he who is gone listened to the evil counsel of Bangu, and allowed him to kill out Matewane's tribe without just cause. Therefore, in order to wipe away his stain and bind Saduko to us, I think it well to re-establish Saduko in the chieftainship of the Amangwane, with the lands that his father held, and to give him also the chieftainship of the Amakoba, of whom it seems that the women and children with some of the men remain, although he already holds their cattle which he has captured in war. "As the king pleases," said Umbelazi with a yawn, for he was growing weary of listening to the case of Saduko. But Cetewayo said nothing, for he appeared to be thinking of something else. "I think also," went on Panda in a rather uncertain voice, "in order to bind him so close that the bonds may never be broken, it would be wise to give him a woman of our family in marriage." "Why should this little Amangwane be allowed to marry into the royal house?" asked Cetewayo, looking up. "If he is dangerous, why not kill him, and have done?" "For this reason, my son. There is trouble ahead in Zululand, and I do not wish to kill those who may help us in that hour, nor do I wish them to become our enemies. I wish that they may be our friends, and therefore it seems to me wise, when we find a seed of greatness, to water it, and not to dig it up or plant it in a neighbor's garden. From his deeds I believe that this Saduko is such a seed." "Our father has spoken," said Umbelazi, "and I like Saduko, who is a man of mettle and of good blood. Which of our sisters does our father propose to give him?" "She who is named after the mother of our race, O Umbelazi, she whom your own mother bore, your sister Nandi," in English, the sweet. "A great gift, O my father, since Nandi is both fair and wise. Also, what does she think of this matter?" "She thinks well of it, Umbelazi, for she has seen Saduko and taken a liking to him. She told me herself that she wishes no other husband." "Is it so?" replied Umbelazi indifferently. "Then if the king commands and the king's daughter desires, what more is there to be said?" "Much, I think," broke in Cetewayo. "I hold that it is out of place that this little man, who has but conquered a little tribe by borrowing the wit of Macumazahn here, should be rewarded not only with a chieftainship, but with the hand of the wisest and most beautiful of the king's daughters, and even though Umbelazi," he added with a sneer, "should be willing to throw him his own sister like a bone to a passing dog." "Who threw the bone, Cetewayo?" asked Umbelazi, awaking out of his indifference. "Was it the king, or was it I, who never heard of the matter till this moment? And who are we that we should question the king's decrees? Is it our business to judge or to obey?" "Has Saduko perchance made you a present of some of those cattle which he stole from the Amakoba, Umbelazi?" asked Cetewayo. "As our father asked no lobola, perhaps you have taken the gift instead." "The only gift I have taken from Saduko," said Umbelazi, who I could see was hard pressed to keep his temper, is that of his service. He is my friend, which is why you hate him, as you hate all my friends. Must I then love every stray cur that licks your hand, Umbalazi? Oh, no need to tell me he is your friend, for I know it was you who put it into our father's heart to allow him to kill Bangu and to steal his cattle, which I hold to be an ill deed, for now the great house is thatched with the reeds, and Bangu's blood is on its doorposts. Moreover, he who wrought the wrong is to come and dwell therein, and for aught I know to be called a prince like you and me. Why should he not, since the Princess Nandi is to be given to him in marriage? Certainly, Umbalazi, you would do well to take the cattle which this white traitor has refused, for all men know that you have earned them. Now Umbalazi sprang up, straightening himself to the full of his great height, and spoke in a voice that was thick with passion. "I pray your leave to withdraw, O king," he said, "since if I stay here longer I shall grow sorry that I have no spear in my hand. Yet before I go, I will tell the truth. Cetewayo hates Saduko, because knowing him to be a chief of wit and courage who will grow great, he sought him for his man, saying, 'Sit you in my shadow,' after he had promised to sit in mine. Therefore it is that he heaps these taunts upon me. Let him deny it if he can." "That I shall not trouble to do, Umbalazi," answered Cetewayo with a scowl. "Who are you that spy upon my doings, and with a mouth full of lies call me to account before the king? I will hear no more of it. Do you bide here and pay Saduko his price with the person of our sister? For as the king has promised her, his word cannot be changed. Only let your dog know that I keep a stick for him, if he should snarl at me. Farewell, my father. I go upon a journey to my own lordship, the land of Gikazi, and there you will find me when you want me, which I pray may not be till after this marriage is finished, for on that I will not trust my eyes to look." Then with a salute he turned and departed, bidding no good-bye to his brother. My hand, however, he shook in farewell, for Cetewayo was always friendly to me, perhaps because he thought I might be useful to him. Also, as I learned afterwards, he was very pleased with me for the reason that I had refused my share of the Amakoba cattle, and that he knew I had no part in the proposed marriage between Saduko and Nandi, of which indeed I now heard for the first time. "My father," said Umbalazi when Cetewayo had gone, "is this to be borne? Am I to blame in the matter? You have heard and seen. Answer me, my father." "No, you are not to blame this time, Umbalazi," replied the king with a heavy sigh. "But, oh, my sons, where will your quarrelling end? I think that only a river of blood can quench so fierce a fire, and then which of you will live to reach its bank?" For a while he looked at Umbalazi, and I saw love and fear in his eye, for towards him Panda had always more affection than any for his other children. "Cetewayo has behaved ill," he said at length, "and before a white man who will report the matter, which makes it worse. He has no right to dictate to me to whom I shall or shall not give my daughters in marriage. Moreover, I have spoken, nor do I change my word because he threatens me. It is known throughout the land that I never change my word, and the white men know it also, do they not, O Mugumazana?" I answered yes, they did. Also, this was true, for, like most weak men, Panda was very obstinate, and honest, too, in his own fashion. He waved his hand to show that the subject was ended, then bade Umbalazi to go to the gate and send a messenger to bring in the son of Matewane. Presently Saduko arrived, looking very stately and composed as he lifted his right hand and gave Panda the bayete, the royal salute. "Be seated," said the king. "I have words for your ear." Thereon, with the most perfect grace, without hurrying and without undue delay, Saduko crouched himself down upon his knees, with one of his elbows resting on the ground, as only a native knows how to do without looking absurd, and waited. "Son of Matewane," said the king, "I have heard all the story of how, with a small company, you destroyed Bangu and most of the men of the Amakoba, and ate up their cattle, every one." "Your pardon, Black One," interrupted Saduko. "I am but a boy. I did nothing. It was Macumazahn, watcher by night, who sits yonder. His wisdom taught me how to snare the Amakoba after they were decoyed from their mountain, and it was Socha, my uncle, who loosed the cattle from the kraals. I say that I did nothing except to strike a blow or two with a spear when I must, just as a baboon throws stones at those who would steal its young." "I am glad to see that you are no boaster, Saduko," said Panda. "Would that more of the Zulus were like you in that matter, for then I must not listen to so many loud songs about little things. At least Bangu was killed and his proud tribe humbled, and for reasons of state I am glad that this happened without my moving a regiment or being mixed up with the business. For I tell you that there are some of my family who loved Bangu, but I loved your father, Matewane, whom Bangu butchered. For we were brought up together as boys. Yes, we served together in the same regiment, the Amawambe, when the Wild One, my brother, ruled." He meant Shaka, for among the Zulus the names of the dead kings are Lonipa. That is, they must not be spoken if it can be avoided. "Therefore," went on Panda, "for this reason and for others, I am glad that Bangu has been punished, and that, although vengeance has crawled after him like a footsore bull, at length he has been tossed with its horns and crushed with its knees." "Yebo, Nungamaya." "Yes, O lion," said Saduko. "Now, Saduko," went on Panda, "because you are your father's son, and because you have shown yourself a man, although you are still little in the land, I am minded to advise you. Therefore I give you the chieftainship over those who remain of the Amakoba, and over all the Amangwane blood whom you can gather." "Bayete, as the king pleases," said Saduko. "And I give you leave to become a Kila, a wearer of the head ring, although, as you have said, you are still but a boy, and with it a place upon my council." "Bayete, as the king pleases," said Saduko, still apparently unmoved by the honors that were being heaped upon him. "And, son of Matewane," went on Panda, "you are still unmarried, are you not?" Now for the first time Saduko's face changed. "Yes, Black One," he said hurriedly, "but—" Here he caught my eye, and reading some warning in it, was silent. "But," repeated Panda after him, "doubtless you would like to be. Well, it is natural in a young man who wishes to be found a house, and therefore I give you leave to marry." "Yebo, Silo." "Yes, O wild beast." "I thank the king, but—" Here I sneezed loudly, and he ceased. "But," repeated Panda, "of course you do not know where to find a wife between the time the hawk stoops and the rat squeaks in its claws. How should you, who have never thought of the matter? Also," he continued with a smile, "it is well that you have not thought of it, since she whom I shall give to you could not live in the second hut in your kraal and call another Nkuzikazi, that is, head lady or chieftainess. Umbalazi, my son, go fetch her of whom we have thought as a bride for this boy." Now Umbalazi rose and went with a broad smile upon his face, while Panda, somewhat fatigued with all his speech-making, for he was very fat and the day was very hot, leaned his head back against the hut and closed his eyes. "O Black One, O thou who consumeth with rage, Glaglamandala," broke out Saduko, who I could see was much disturbed, "I have something to say to you." No doubt, answered Panda drowsily, "but save up your thanks till you have seen, or you will have none left afterwards." And he snored slightly. Now I, perceiving that Saduko was about to ruin himself, thought it well to interfere, though what business of mine it was to do so I cannot say. At any rate, if only I had held my tongue at this moment and allowed Saduko to make a fool of himself as he wished to do, for where Mameena was concerned he never could be wise, I verily believe that all the history of Zululand would have run a different course, and that many thousands of men, white and black, who are now dead would be alive today. But fate ordered it otherwise. Yes, it was not I who spoke, but fate. The angel of doom used my throat as his trumpet. Seeing that Panda dozed, I slipped behind Saduko and gripped him by the arm. "Are you mad?" I whispered into his ear. "Will you throw away your fortune and your life also?" "But Mameena," he whispered back. "I would marry none save Mameena." "Fool," I answered. "Mameena has betrayed and spat upon you. Take what the heavens send you and give thanks. Would you wear Masapo's soiled blanket?" "Macumazahn," he said in a hollow voice, "I will follow your head and not my own heart. Yet you sow a strange seed, Macumazahn, or so you may think when you see its fruit." And he gave me a wild look, a look that frightened me. There was something in this look which caused me to reflect that I might do well to go away and leave Saduko, Mameena, Nandi, and the rest of them to "dree their weirds," as the Scots say, for after all, what is my finger doing in that very hot stew? Getting burnt, I thought, and not collecting any stew. Yet looking back on these events, how could I foresee what would be the end of the madness of Saduko, of the fearful machinations of Mameena, and of the weakness of Umbalazi, when she snared him in the net of her beauty, thus bringing about his ruin through the hate of Saduko and the ambition of Cetewayo? How could I know that at the back of all these events stood the old dwarf Zikali the Wise, working night and day to slake the enmity and fulfill the vengeance which long ago he had conceived and planned against the royal house of Senzengakoka and the Zulu people over whom it ruled? Yes, he stood there like a man behind a great stone upon the brow of a mountain, slowly, remorselessly, and with infinite skill, labor, and patience, pushing that stone to the edge of the cliff, whence at length, in the appointed hour, it would thunder down upon those who dwelt beneath, to leave them crushed and no more a people. How could I guess that we, the actors in this play, were all the while helping him to push that stone, and that he cared nothing how many of us were carried with it into the abyss, if only we brought about the triumph of his secret, unutterable rage and hate? Now I see and understand all these things, as it is easy to do, but then I was blind, nor did the voices reach my dull ears to warn me, as how or why I cannot tell, they did, I believe, reach those of Zikali. Oh, what was the sum of it? Just this, I think, and nothing more, that as Saduko and the others were Mameena's tools, and as all of them and their possessions were Zikali's tools, so he himself was the tool of some unseen power that used him and us to accomplish its design. which I suppose is fatalism, or in other words, all these things happen because they must happen. A poor conclusion to reach after so much thought and striving, and not complimentary to man and his boasted powers of free will. Still one to which many of us are often driven, especially if we have lived among savages, where such dramas work themselves out openly and swiftly, unhidden from our eyes by the veils and the subterfuges of civilization. At least there is comfort about it that, if we are but feathers blown by the wind, how can the individual feather be blamed because it did not travel against, turn, or keep back the wind? Well, let me return from these speculations to the history of the facts that caused them. Just as, a little too late, I had made up my mind that I would go after my own business and leave Saduko to manage his, through the fenced gateway appeared the great, tall Umbalazi, leading by the hand a woman. As I saw in a moment, it did not need certain bangles of copper, ornaments of ivory, and of the very rare pink beads called invibenga, which only those of the royal house were permitted to wear, to proclaim her a person of rank, for dignity and high blood were apparent in her face, her carriage, her gestures, and all that had to do with her. Nandi the Sweet was not a great beauty, as was Mameena, although her figure was fine and her stature like that of all the race of Senzengakonka, considerably above the average. To begin with, she was darker in hue, and her lips were rather thick, as was her nose, nor were her eyes large and liquid like those of an antelope. Further, she lacked the informing mystery of Mameena's face, that at times was broken and lit up by flashes of alluring light and quick sympathetic perception, as a heavy evening sky that seems to join the dim earth to the dimmer heavens, as illuminated by pulsings of fire, soft, many hues, suggesting but not revealing the strength and splendor that it veils. Nandi had none of these attractions, which, after all, anywhere upon the earth, belonging only to a few women in each generation. She was a simple, honest-natured, kindly, affectionate young woman of high birth, no more. That is, as these qualities are understood and expressed among her people. Umbalazi led her forward into the presence of the king, to whom she bowed gracefully enough. Then, after casting a swift, sidelong glance at Saduko, which I found it difficult to interpret, and another of inquiry at me, she folded her hands upon her breast and stood silent, with bent head, waiting to be addressed. The address was brief enough, for Panda was still sleepy. "My daughter," he said with a yawn, "there stands your husband," and he jerked his thumb towards Saduko. "He is a young man and brave and unmarried, also one who should grow great in the shadow of our house, especially as he is a friend of your brother Umbalazi. I understand also that you have seen him and like him, unless you have anything to say against it, for as not being a common father, the king receives no cattle, at least in this case. I am not prejudiced, but will listen to your words," and he chuckled in a drowsy fashion. "I propose that the marriage should take place tomorrow. Now, my daughter, have you anything to say? For if so, please say it at once, as I am tired. The eternal wranglings between your brethren Cetewayo and Umbalazi have worn me out." Now Nandi looked about her in her open, honest fashion, her gaze resting first on Saduko, then on Umbalazi, and lastly upon me. "My father," she said at length in her soft, steady voice, "tell me, I beseech you, who proposes this marriage? Is it the chief Saduko? Is it the Prince Umbalazi? Or is it the white lord whose true name I do not know, but who is called Macumazahn, Watcher by Night?" "I can't remember which of them proposed it," yawned Panda. "Who can keep on talking about things from night till morning. At any rate, I propose it, and I will make your husband a big man among our people. Have you anything to say against it?"
"I have nothing to say, my father. I have met Saduko and like him well. For the rest, you are the judge. But," she added slowly, "does Saduko like me? When he speaks my name, does he feel it here?" And she pointed to her throat.
"I am sure I do not know what he feels in his throat," Panda replied testily, "but I feel that mine is dry. Well, as no one says anything, the matter is settled. Tomorrow Saduko shall give the colizo, the ox of the girl, that makes marriage. If he has not got one here, I will lend it to him, and you can take the new big hut that I have built in the outer kraal to dwell in for the present. There will be a dance if you wish it. If not, I do not care, for I have no wish for ceremony just now, who am too troubled with great matters. Now I am going to sleep."
Then, sinking from his stool onto his knees, Panda crawled through the doorway of his great hut, which was close to him, and vanished. Umbalazi and I departed also through the gateway of the fence, leaving Saduko and the Princess Nandi alone together, for there were no attendants present. What happened between them I am sure I do not know, but I gather that, in one way or another, Saduko made himself sufficiently agreeable to the princess to persuade her to take him to husband. Perhaps, being already enamored of him, she was not difficult to persuade. At any rate, on the morrow, without any great feasting or fuss except the customary dance, the golizo, the ox of the girl, was slaughtered, and Saduko became the husband of a royal maiden of the house of Senzangankona. Certainly, as I remember reflecting, it was a remarkable rise in life for one who, but a few months before, had been without possessions or a home. I may add that after our brief talk in the king's kraal while Panda was dozing, I had no further words with Saduko on this matter of his marriage, for between its proposal and the event he avoided me, nor did I seek him out. On the day of the marriage also I trekked for Natal, and for a whole year heard no more of Saduko, Nandi, and Mameena. Although, to be frank, I must admit that I thought the last of these persons more often, more than I should have done. The truth is that Mameena was one of those women who sticks in a man's mind even more closely than a wait-a-bit thorn does in his coat. End of chapter 8. Recording by Keith Salas.